Time I went through and back to those. Look.
It's going to be just a couple more minutes before we start, okay? The city manager asked for an extension, so we'll give him a couple minutes. All right, ready to go? Oh, we got that one for you. What? Call to order, please. The Kennedale City Council regular meeting. Today is August 15th, 2023. It's 5:30 PM, 5:32 actually, I think. Can you hear me okay? Try and get closer. We are located City Hall Council Chambers at 405 Municipal Drive. Members of the public may join us in person or access a live feed at www.cityofkennedale.com/videos. The virtual option does not allow for public comment. To address the Kennedale City Council regarding an agenda item, please submit a request to speak, and I already have a couple. And there is someone that has requested to speak that's going to be about 30 minutes late. So I may have you guys that have already requested to come on up, and we'll just see how that works out. But you do have 3 minutes, and please address the city council as a whole rather than individuals, members, or staff. Can I get a roll call?
Rocky Gilly,
Present.
Brad Horton,
Here.
Kenneth Michaels,
Here.
Bryant Griffith,
Present.
Jeff Navarez,
Here.
Mayor Joplin. We have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll have our invocation and pledges, and tonight we'll have Councilman Horton lead us in the invocation. We'll do that first, and then we'll have Councilman Michaels lead us in the pledges. So if you'll rise for the invocation, please. Thank you for, there we go. Thank you for that beautiful prayer. We'll go ahead and do the, let me just see what time. We'll go ahead and do the 2 visitor requests to speak. And then maybe after we do some work sessions, we'll do one more later, but we'll go ahead and get you guys to speak now. How about Brenda Joyner? Come on up. You got 3 minutes. Make sure your mic's on.
All right, thanks. Good afternoon, and thank you again for allowing us to speak. And we appreciate it as neighbors and residents here in Kennedale. And sometimes we don't always thank you guys for your service. So I thank you as well for your service in our community. I'm here on the short-term rentals. I've been here a couple of times in the past and monitor those very closely in our neighborhood because I have two in my backyard, as you know. My first, I still stand that Airbnb, short-term rentals should not be in our community. Number two is, I think there's still in the ordinance somewhere about a 500 feet. They can't be within 500 feet of each other. But we have a short term and a long term. A long term is now back a short term. They're right there together. So that's part of what we could be putting some fines or restrictions against. The other thing is that I know that you guys are finding them. I know that our community is sending in photos and calling the police, and we hate to be just calling the police out on a short-term rental or long-term rental when there's probably other needs in our community for the police to be handling. But we continue to do it as citizens, but if you're going to find them, then figure out where's that draw line. Is it strike one, strike two, strike three? Then you turn off whatever water. That I think is one that we could look at doing. I know that our community has been sending in photos like we have. Like we got a new rental over in the long term that just showed up yesterday. That's really, I'm just going to keep saying it until we kind of get some real restrictions in place in the community, if not how we collectively look at it. Whether it's a task force, I mean, I think there's some neighbors, I've got another one here that we would be willing to support you guys in a sub task force if that's needed to help in that regard from direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin?
Hey, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time. I'm also here to talk about short-term rentals. Kevin Saller, I live here in Kennedale. It's nice to see everyone again. I think this is my second or third time here, so getting a little bit more comfortable, although you might be sick of seeing me. But in any case, I do appreciate everybody's time this evening. The reason I'm here as well is to talk about the short-term rentals, both from a personal experience and then also just from policies, restrictions that we have in place. And so some of you may recall that back in December, came and spoke to the council about a occurrence that we had in our neighborhood of a short-term rental operating without a permit. I have to say the city was very responsive, came out immediately, found the owner, was able to get them to agree to turn that into a long-term rental. At the time, we felt like the problem had been resolved thanks to the city's help. Unfortunately, that only lasted for a couple months, and then the owner decided to convert it back into an Airbnb. So since the March, April timeframe, we've been dealing with, as Brenda had mentioned, this ongoing issue of having this home operate as a short-term rental property without a license or permit from the city. Based on the city's guidance and advice, we've documented numerous reports calling it into the non-emergency number, sending in emails along with photos of tenant stays and dates, just to make sure that we're helping the city build up a solid case for them to use what levers that they have available at their disposal. And so my two requests kind of tonight is if the city is able to provide an update on how that progress is going with the issue that we're having in our neighborhood and where things stand, and from a timing perspective, what we can expect to see, hopefully some sort of resolution on our end. And then the second piece of it, which I understand there's going to be a potential conversation on additional restrictions with short-term rentals. I will say that I am a supporter of, not having Airbnbs, especially when we're talking about residential neighborhoods. I think being a user of an Airbnb, they're great in those, environments where it's a second home, a lake community, a beach community, a ski community, but as a primary residence where you have a lot of families there. Myself, I have a couple of young children. I know some of the council members have young children as well. It becomes a safety concern above the foremost for me. Is you have a lot of foot traffic that that the Airbnbs drives, you have a lot of uncertainty, and it just creates a really unsafe, scary environment for a lot of the families in our neighborhood. And so I think that we're better suited as a community not to invite that into our neighborhood. And so I just appreciate you taking those comments back to you when you were having your discussions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I have another one on STRs that just came in, Frank Fernandez, and I'm sorry, I said your name, but go ahead when you come up, just state your name and address. I forgot to say that earlier.
I think you said it right, Frank Fernandez.
Yes,
Anyway, I'm going to speak to the short-term leasing that I,
just state your address. Sorry.
oh, sir, 911 Shadyville.
Perfect. Thank you.
That's Kennedale?
Yes.
Okay, Texas. Anyway, on the short-term rentals, and this has been going around. I remember the real estate agencies coming up and talking about this back in 2014, 2013, 2015. And back then, I didn't even know that was a problem. I mean, I really did not. I thought that was the kind of stuff that you will use in Miami, San Diego, San Jose, places like that. I never thought of Kennedale having ever having that problem. And I was shocked to see some of the stuff that came up. But just yesterday, there was a Plano was addressing these thing on the city council, and they had a case of people getting killed and another one in Dallas. And just yesterday, there were some of the news in which they're now using it to harbor illegal aliens or, trafficking people. And they go in there and they put like 20 to 30 people to a home. And that was done down in the South. But we're South and up, with some of this stuff. So when you put that many people in a place, it's just not right. I understand it's a business, but this is not a regular business because you're planting it right in the middle of a neighborhood. Now you can say, well, you can rent a house. Yes, but most people that rent or lease a home, if they do it right, it's a 6 month to 1 year. Any problem will be easily identified and the city can address it on that long period of time. When you rent a house for a weekend or 2 days, think about, any of you that have been to college, and it would have been great to have a house with a big pool and you can just go over there and drink it up. By the time the police come, it's time to go anyway, and right now, the police got their hands full to take care of all that stuff. So, and when it comes to code enforcement, I think that he, right? Code enforcement got his hands full right now. So it's not a matter whether you have a R3, R4, R1, R2, or whatever you have, or ag. It's just a matter of, it's not a business that is conducive to a town, especially a small town like ours. Anyway, I just leave it at that and hope you can make the right decisions. But Plano is considering nothing. They're saying we don't want it. And some of the other towns are doing the same thing. So good luck.
Thank you. James Connor. Hey, James.
Mayor. Most people in this room already know me, but for the record, my name is James Connor, former councilman for Place 5, now held by Mr. Navarez. I'm just here for some just general comments and stuff like that about 3rd Street. In July of 2022, the contract with Shield Engineering for the 48th 2002 CBDG project, aka the 3rd Street and sanitary water improvements, was passed 3-1 with me abstaining. The sanitary portion was completed in October of last year, and in January of this year, $740,789 was approved again to help rebuild 3rd Street, along with some other streets as well. Also at that meeting, a motion was passed for Bristow Contracting for $424,713.50, and with the city matching $236,385.50, and $164,000 of it was coming from Tarrant County Precinct 2. Ideally, this was supposed to start in March and only take 2 months, which it did start at the end of March. Due to a rainy April, the project was completed in the middle of June. Since then, as we all know, Texas can get hot. Because of the dry months of June, July, and August, the dirt and dust has started swirling around and the road still hasn't been paved at all. Couple that with the crap job that was done by XL4 Construction for the sanitary line. The road construction, the road conditions past municipal all the way to North Road, for lack of a better word, is quite dangerous. I don't know if anyone have you been down there recently, but when contacted about this beginning in July, the city manager said that he was trying to save $100K in costs. Now, I'm all about saving money, but when it comes to the safety of the residents, you spend it. The city manager then stated to me directly, with Councilmember Michaels present, sitting there in the room, that it wouldn't be until the end of August, and now we're being told the beginning of September. Because of the road conditions, I now need a front end alignment on my car because it pulls to the right a little bit. Popped a tire because of the bad road conditions over there and because of the many potholes over there. Who gets to pay for that? Me, not you. So what happened to transparency and communication from the council? I have no clue. When I was up there, I communicated with our citizens through social media and in person without fail. Now all we get is some little puff pieces. Some people want to know what's going on in the city, and all we get is a picture of a Rotary meeting or a school reopening. What about safe roads to school? Or safe routes to school, our parks, the infrastructure, the erosion issues on Arthur because of that school. Of the 7 people sitting up there, I have put or had a hand in at least 5 of you. Lest you forget, without me, George Campbell would still be our city manager. Brian Johnson probably might still be our mayor. All I'm asking is for my street to get fixed, and we're dragging our heels. Spend the money. Do your job.
So we're going to go ahead and move now to the reports and announcements. We're going to move that to the number 1, the presentation of award of recognition from the American Heart Association for the 2023 Mission Lifeline EMS Silver with Target. Heart Attack Honor Roll by Corey Harris, Executive Director of the American Heart Association. So come on up. Well, yeah, go ahead and speak to it. I'd love to hear the recognition piece, what you have, and then we'll do pictures. Yeah, tell us what it's about, and we want the full thing. Make sure your microphone's on. There you go.
Good evening, Mayor Doplin, City Manager Hall, Kennedale City Council, and guests. It is my pleasure to present on behalf of the American Heart Association to Chief James Brown and Lieutenant Brian King and the Kennedale Fire Department the Mission Lifeline EMS Silver with Target Heart Attack Honor Roll Achievement Award with EMS Agency. Thank you for your service.
Chief, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Put me on the spot.
Sure.
You know, this is a award that the guys have worked hard for. It's stuff that we do every day, but it's really nice to be recognized by your peers, so to speak, or an organization like the American Heart Association. Very important what we do and the lives that we hope we save now and in the future.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, guys. We appreciate you very much. We're really proud of you. Okay, so we're going to go back now to the work session. And we're going to start with number one, our parking ordinance update. And I think we're going to get an update on this from Nathan. Are you updating us on this? Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So before you is a draft proposal to update a parking ordinance, which we believe is much needed here in town. If you pull up our current city ordinance right now and you pull up what parking violations exist? What can you park in front of a driveway? Can you block a mailbox? Can you block a sidewalk? Where is that listed? And currently it's not. And so for example, if you were obstructing the right of way, you'd have to be a zoning expert and know our UDC pretty well to try to search through Article 12 and find about 2 lines that speak to that. And so this is something that myself, our staff, also the fire department have and the police department have discussed and worked together on putting some of these in place. And so happy to answer any questions you may have specific to that draft.
Well, excellent. My first question was going to be what's changed, but all of it is new, basically, is what you're
Correct.
saying that. Okay, very good. Well, I'll open it up to council. Anyone have questions? Councilman Horton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So section 2249 says prohibited in specific places. What would constitute a specific place?
So in that draft, what we've added is a kind of a placeholder. For example, the chief of police can issue an order to where if he needed to put in place some parking regulations for the schools. So we needed to make one part of town a one-way, something of that nature. If there is a special event of some sort, the chief of police could issue an order for that. So that's sort of a placeholder for that. And anything council wishes. So if that's any place in Old Town that you want to limit parking to specific hours, things of that nature, that's the placeholder for that.
Also, section 2250, stopping or parking prohibited in certain places. Item 10 reads within 5 feet of a public or private driveway or blocking any portion of a public or private driveway or access to such driveway. I can think of a few folks over on Lone Oak and Bell Oak where I'm sure would like to see that instituted as well, as would I.
That's actually correct. And so where in the ordinance does it state right now, or can you block a driveway? It doesn't. So having that in there, let's say you have 2 driveways that are back to back, right, which we have here in town, that would provide at least the police department or even the citizens to call and complain and say, hey, we've got an ordinance on the books that says you can't do that. And so whereas we have short-term rentals or any other parking issues in town, it's not explicitly stated on that. So this is providing PD, but also our community development, some tools in order to further enforce parking violations in town.
So in terms of enforcement, how do you foresee that going? Would it take the citizens reporting non-compliance, or would it just be an officer driving by and seeing that? I'm just out of curiosity.
It'd be both.
Okay.
So if a resident were to call after hours, they could call non-emergency. But for code compliance, we're working to try to be more proactive. Because it's on a public street, that's typically the realm of the police department, but the state does allow code enforcement officers to at least start that proceedings, to at least allow us to make contact with those residents. Again, we'll probably defer to the police department for most parking violations. So if we had a junk vehicle, for example, parked on a public street, an RV or a boat trailer, something of that nature parked on a public street, we could at least make contact. But if it came to removing that vehicle, the police department would tag that vehicle, give them a specified time frame to have it removed, and then they can have it towed themselves. Whereas if it was on private property, it would need to remain in that junked or inoperable state for an excess of 30 days before it became a city code violation. So there's public and private property issues. But this again would make it clear that that would be prohibited.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Gilly?
I think most of us agree that our UDC needs updating and needs to be simplified, streamlined, and made easier to enforce, easier to understand. So, in your opinion, there's a lot of verbiage in the parking ordinance. Is this worth, is it worth adding the verbiage? Is there some that maybe could be removed, or do you think every part of it is useful? And then my related question is, was this based upon something prepared by other agencies or another organization, or does it come from the UDC Commission of Texas or something like that?
Not necessarily, but to answer your first question, yes, staff and three departments have reviewed this, and we've gone over each line. Hey, what do you think about this? That's why we're bringing it before council to get your feedback on it. It's important to have that language specified within a parking ordinance itself. Most jurisdictions, especially here in DFW, you pull up their city ordinances. I want to know what the parking regs are, and you can pull them up in any other city except Kennedale right now. So it's very, very limited on what you can and can't do. As far as how it came to be, it's sort of like not wanting to reinvent the wheel. What are other cities are doing? How are they regulating parking? So it's a mixture of my own personal experience from staff, but also how other jurisdictions have gone about regulating parking.
Very good. Councilman Michaels?
Nathan, is this going to be enforceable on the parkway? Because one thing that really drives me nuts is when you start going East Kennedale Parkway, you have all these trucks and everything parking in the suicide lane. So is this something that we can target too with that?
Absolutely. It believes it gives the police department those tools to do so. I've gone down the road and grabbed a donut in the morning, right? And you got people just parking in the turn lane, or pulled off of the side of the road to make deliveries or things like that. This would be enforceable citywide.
And pardon me, I do believe a few months ago, there was a fatal accident south on the parkway that may have been caused by what I understood was a truck parking in the center lane to unload. And I think this may, could address issues like that also.
I do recall that accident. As far as the reasonings or what brought it about, that I don't know. But I do recall that tragic incident.
So it's the first time I get to say Councilman Griffith. You have any questions? And welcome.
Thank you. No, I don't have any questions or considerations at this point.
Councilman Navarez?
Thank you, Mayor. Nathan, I have some concerns on just one little section. It's 2250B subsection 8. It says within 5 feet of a mailbox. There's a couple streets around here, specifically Spring Branch Lane, where it's a bunch of duplexes and there's really only 5 feet between the mailboxes. So this would really restrict those homeowners over there, which is about 60% of the street, from having guests. For example, one birthday would blow that out. Is there a way that we can make an exceptions for streets that have limited parking, such as Spring Branch?
Open to any suggestions. I'll tell you, in code compliance, parking in front of a mailbox is a frequent call. And I worked in other jurisdictions where it was perfect. You could do it. It wasn't didn't violate any city ordinance. It made the postmaster probably not happy. You wouldn't get your mail delivered, and that's what.
Trust me, I remember.
So
garbage too.
If again, I'm open to any suggestions. I know sometimes we have clusters in my neighborhood. We've got a cluster box. A lot of cities are going to that, or new developments are going to these cluster boxes. But I'm certainly open to running out there and looking at how we can.
And I'm not necessarily saying blocking the mailbox. That's not what I'm saying. But between the two mailbox, you can fit a car there. And with very limited parking on that street, if you own two cars yourself, you fill up your driveway, you might sneak one more that's going to poke out at the end. But then what happens when you have one more guest? They're going to park in between the mailboxes. And I'm sure that's, only concern in the mornings for the postal carriers Monday through Friday or Saturday. But I'm more concerned just overnights, just in general, evening parking when people get off of work and they're trying to have friends over, that this will be an issue in those streets. And there's two others in the area that are very tight on that parking as well. So maybe we can do an exception for streets with duplexes or condos or something like that where there's limited parking.
Sure. I'm glad we're having this discussion. Again, when parking is limited on the street, they're going to pull up in the grass. That's also a code complaint that we receive. So when we have those calls, we try to educate those homeowners, and we even offer, hey, if you need to extend your flat work, extend your driveway, this is the way to go about doing that, to provide more off-street parking. But again, I'm open to, I want y'all's feedback on that.
Ben, I would invite you just to swing down Spring Branch. I think you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. And you're right. If we make exceptions for streets like that, that'll prevent people from parking on the grass, which was sometimes a big deal on that street. Thank you.
Noted.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, thank you, Nathan. And so I would assume you want our input, and this would be possibly on next month's agenda for approval?
That is our plan.
Okay.
If you'll provide the city manager with direction, and we can make those adjustments before we bring it back to you for action.
Excellent. Do you want to stay up for the nuisance ordinance update?
Correct.
We'll just move to work session item number 2.
So this next section here, this next on your work session is specific to updating. I believe it's a much needed update to our nuisance ordinances here in town. Again, with the same, we work with Public Works. We've worked with the fire department, the police department, and community development to go over this ordinance before we brought it to you for discussion. What you see there in red, if you pull up what the nuisances are in town, what you see there in red is all that's listed, with the exception of the junk vehicle, which that's not been included because we haven't really touched that part. That part's solid. So, but as far as what we declare as nuisances in town, it's broad, it's combined. For example, high grass and weeds, vegetation, brush, and rubbish is all in one statute. So what we've attempted to do here is separate that. We've are proposing specific declarations of nuisances. Again, these are not trying to reinvent the wheel, but this is language and regulations that other jurisdictions have on the books. Regulations that I myself have worked under and enforced. That's going to be section 1515. So we're proposing to amend that ordinance to include that additional language. And most of these are pretty standard, again, across most jurisdictions, except for Kennedale right now. Section 1516, direct your attention to the next section. This is a section that we've added or revised that's specific to high grass, weeds, and right-of-way maintenance here in town. We've added some language in there that right now the limit is 12 inches in town. You can't let your grass grow higher than 12 inches. We're proposing that to drop that to 8 inches. That's on developed property, so residential, commercial. 8 inches would be the max is what we're suggesting. 12 inches on undeveloped property, so if that's residential or commercial, we still have quite a bit of that. And then we've provided a caveat in there for agriculture, AG property, 18 inches for those that are growing hay, crops, things of that nature. And that we went with 18 inches because we did research with the Texas AgriLife and reviewed various species of hay. I think you've probably heard me speak on trees. I'm not the expert on trees, and don't ask me about hay and what type of hay is out there. But that has seemed to be the standard when it came to when hay needs to be mowed, or cut and harvested at 18 inches. And I couldn't find anything that was higher, but again, we're bringing that specific item for discussion here to you tonight. And then lastly, section 1522 specific to property maintenance. Out of all the international ICC codes that we have adopted, we have not adopted the International Property Maintenance Code. And quite frankly, I think it shows in some parts, right? So this would be an addition to property maintenance when it comes to regulating and maintaining property values of our rental stock in town, whether that's townhome, multifamily, short-term rentals, things of that nature. Right now, we have new construction standards for new construction, and we have regulations on substandard buildings, but I've got nothing in between. So I literally, if a property was built to code at the time of construction and it passed inspection, it's not a violation. There's this large gray period in between. And we're trying to prevent properties from getting to a substandard state here in Kennedale. So again, that's for your consideration and discussion. We've also included trees and shrubs, how tall those need to be over the sidewalk, how far they should extend into the roadway. We've got buses, we've got fire apparatuses that need to have access. And we do pick up quite a bit of tree limbs in town. We sure would like to try to save some windshields from the school district as far as our fire department from getting smacked over, in the windshield, but also private drives, things of that nature. We have significant properties in town that have access issues where you can't get a fire truck in there because the tree limbs are over the drive. So we don't have any standards on that right now. We've also included right-of-way maintenance. So sidewalk, curb edging. There's no requirement in town that says you have to edge your curb along your sidewalk. There's nothing in there says that you have to pick up those grass clippings. And so we field quite a bit of calls about that. And I know we haven't had water, but we're still in high grass and weed season. So we still got a lot of high grass in town. But again, happy to answer any questions you may have specific to this.
Councilman Gilly, you want to go first?
Yeah. Do you feel that the city of Kennedale can fulfill these ordinances on the property that it controls and owns?
I believe so.
Okay.
That's our department, fire department. We need these tools in order to do what's asked of us.
And the other thing that concerns me about some of these, it's like you should be careful about what regulations you enact because they can be used against you. And if y'all come after me for my grasshopper infestation of insects in my yard, I'm going to the chair. Okay. And there's a section in there about you're supposed to control insect infestations. Well, I can't control the grasshoppers. If I poison the grasshoppers in my yard, I'm going to die, the dogs are going to die, and my neighbors may die. So is there a way that these can be like a reasonableness test on some of them? And for example, if you could read this to prevent my granddaughter from taking out her litter box to the curb for trash pickup. I mean, I know what the intent is, but these could be they could be used as a weapon at some point. That's kind of the concern. Is there some sort of reasonableness test we could put in them?
Sure. And certainly that's not our intent is to do so, but specific to insects, I know the section you're referring to, perhaps we limit that to roaches and fleas. Our office recently has fielded a complaint about a particular property that had a certain number of cats, and it was urinated carpet that they've pulled out and left at the curb for pickup, but it was flea infested. So then all the neighbors got infested with fleas. So that's kind of the intent in there. We can probably get specific in that, but again, if we would also use reasonable judgment. So obviously grasshoppers are not, don't appear to be, injurious to a neighborhood, whereas you've got fleas and mosquitoes and roaches, things of that nature. I've worked in one city that the whole place had to be gutted and they brought a roll-off dumpster. They were in the middle of remodeling that property, but everything was so saturated with roaches that you can literally see lines of it crawl across the street into the neighboring property. And so that was the intent behind that. Grasshoppers, no, I don't see us enforcing that on grasshoppers, but this would give us the tool to enforce, if we need to get specific, happy to entertain any suggestions that council may have.
Councilman Horton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to kind of echo Councilman Gilly's concerns, it seems that some of this can be very subjective and, I know you alluded to it, but define in good repair. I mean, that could be like, well, my neighbor doesn't like the color of, I painted my whatever and well, it's not good repair, and I mean, we all know people like that, right? And then I guess my biggest concern would be dealing with exterior signage. All commercial signs shall be maintained and kept in a good state of repair. Well, I hear people talk and they're like, well, his sign's not, that's not, I mean, how do we stop people from going after each other?
Great questions. Regarding paint. We don't, and I tell people this all the time, we don't enforce ugly. We don't enforce pink or neon colors, things of that nature. What we're talking about is siding that is dilapidated. Wood siding, for example, has to be sealed unless it's a certain type. But even that has to be maintained. If it becomes weathered, deteriorates, that's what we're talking about. Fences, for example, should be sealed or painted, things of that nature to prevent the decay of that material. When it comes to the signage, the good repair is functioning. Is it safe? Is it sound? We have signs in town that have a really unique patina, a rusted look, and that's expected on an automotive facility. I think that looks kind of cool, to be honest, but we're talking about signs that have holes in them that are hanging, that aren't properly supported. So that's what we mean in good repair. And that's actual language that comes out of the International Property Maintenance Code. And again, a lot of it, would be the determination by the building official. I do have to sometimes talk with complainants about, I know that may not look good, but it doesn't violate any code, or it's still working functionally. If you got broken neon, that's got to be replaced. If you have defunct signage, which we're not talking about that today, but there used to be a sign up somewhere that went out of business 30 years ago. How long does this community want to see that signage remain in place? That's something for this council to decide on that. But as far as good repair, that's the intent. If I have a gas line that's rusted out, well, it needs to be primed and painted because it's, you want to protect it from corrosion. That's in the fuel gas code. And so a lot of this language is mirroring existing language that we've adopted in other provisions. The only difference is that this is in the maintenance of that structure, that building, whereas it's not enforceable because it passed by code 20 years ago. So that's the intent.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Welcome. Councilman Michaels.
Well, one thing that really stands out to me is the foundation of the walls. Foundation walls should be maintained plumb-free from open cracks, breaks. A lot of Kennedale is built on black clay. So when it dries out, it shifts. So how are you going to sit there and say, oh, this needs to be plumb or the brick's going to crack and stuff like that? A lot of people are senior citizens and they can't afford to fix something like that. So, and a lot of times when we do get moisture, everything just goes back into shape again.
Great question. Again, our department will not be going into individual residents to checking for these things. These are things that will, if we get called about a complaint from a rental unit that has a large crack that's shifted, and it's not a homesteaded property, right? Where we have a lot of property in town that's like that, but we also have commercial property that has CMU, or what some people call cinder blocks, where that's kind of shifted and there's large cracks in there. So when we do inspection, we're going to say, hey, you need to get that sealed up, something as simple as that. I don't think we're going to be mandating foundation repairs on, pier beam homes that we have in town. If it's a rental, let's say it becomes a short-term rental, when we do our inspection on that, hey, I'm walking at an angle throughout this whole thing. It's not safe for occupants. And so we have some brand new apartment complexes in town that look great. Will they stay that way is the question I think a lot of communities are faced with. And so when it comes to those structural members, the foundations, that's kind of what we're looking for. I have an old level. I don't carry it with me on inspection, so we're not out there checking levels on that. But if we do see a crack where something has failed, we want to at least bring that to that property owner's attention.
Okay, well, I just kind of feel like this is a tool for the city that they could take advantage of and start taking advantage of the citizens that's been here all their life. Even with the ordinance in front of it, the one that we talked about earlier.
Sure.
I'll just have to sit down with Mr. Hall and kind of work this out. I know this is just basically an overview or invitation to it. So
Yeah.
I have a lot of concerns. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah, no, that's great. We look forward to hearing that feedback and how perhaps that needs to be reworded. Council, I promise you're not going to hurt my feelings tonight.
Yeah, I think just so what I do hear you saying that I like though, is that it does give us more teeth to hold the rentals in compliance. And that's a real problem. That's a real problem. Councilman Griffith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, it's kind of my line of questioning was going to be regarding the enforceability on this with regards to the short-term rentals. It sounds like these are tools that can be used, whether parking, which we just talked about, and then this one, that can help kind of frame that out. I actually have just two quick questions. Section 1515, item 12, is that specific to where, for example, residents are storing their receptacles in the interim between services with regards to their trash and things of that nature?
Make sure 15, 15, 12. So that would be, yes, not for putting it out for at the curb for pickup, but we don't want anybody placing their rubbish and their trash to obstruct a sidewalk on that. Some folks, I'm not trying to put anybody in a box, but I've met a lot of renters in town. I say, hey, when's your trash pickup day? And they don't know. So it just sits out there the entire time. And so it's an education that we've got to go and say, hey, sit it at the curb on such and such date. And please don't obstruct the sidewalk because we got people that like to get down it at some point. And they've always complied to an extent.
So just to be a little bit more specific to here, it says, or at the side of any premise. So I know some residents will store their receptacles on the side of the house. And so that would negate the ability for them to do that. Is that correct?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yes, that, how does council feel about screening of the dumpster receptacles? So that's perhaps what we'd like to hear some feedback on. If that needs to be put up behind the gate, or if we don't have an issue with it, we can reword that.
For example, if you put your trash just on the side of your house, your trash can is on the side of your house currently, that would be considered a nuisance?
Don't believe that that's the intent, but I can understand how that can be interpreted that way when it comes to setting trash out for pickup, whether it's at the curb or on the side of your home. It needs to be contained in a plastic bag. I met with a resident here recently that the trash kept blowing down the street, and they said, well, I put it in the trash can. Well, we looked at the trash can and it's just nothing is contained within a bag. And I said,
Oh, wow.
kind of defeats the purpose. So, because he's upset with Waste Connections for when they dump it, they don't catch all the trash flying in the wind.
Yeah.
Whereas he needs to put that, or they need to put that in an actual bag with the close fitting lid and store it away from view. But I'm happy to revisit 12 and see how we can make some adjustments to that.
Yeah, I think so.
And then item 13. So, and I'm sure some of this might be covered already in the city sign ordinance. But this would include door hangers, things of that nature, yard signs, all those kinds of things. Is that correct?
Well, if it's placed upon a public street or within a public building or utility pole, so these are those signs that people affix to our utility poles. Got a truck bed outside full of signs that we've had to pull off of utility poles. But perhaps we can reword that as well. I did speak with the resident in town and they were pretty upset about these newspapers that they don't subscribe to. And so we had to assist them with getting online and removing them from that distribution list, which takes about 90 days. It's been about 60 days since I've heard from the residents. So I hope we get that resolved. But this would, the intent behind that is again, placed upon public street or within a public building, signs, monuments, utility poles, things of that nature. And again, it's to have a standalone, calling it a nuisance, as opposed to having to search for it in the zoning or the sign ordinance, which is a part of the UDC.
Thank you, Nathan. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Navarez.
First, Nathan, I want to thank you for going through all this with like your red pen and going through it all for us. I think everybody has been wanting somebody to do that for years. So I do appreciate your time in this matter. I guess my only question I have is how do you separate people who have like agriculture or farms that are doing hay, for example, which can be over 3 feet, 4 feet, depending on the season, not this season, but last year would have been 4 feet. So how do you separating that from just your regular code, I guess?
Well, I think we've added a provision for that, but depending on the species of hay, I mean, this is a layman's understanding of hay, right? That it needs to be harvested at certain cut at least, and then it's laid out and then it's harvested at certain heights. But when we allow any grass or anything or uncultivated crop to just sit and it's not harvested, a peach tree, for example, right? My neighborhood growing up, we had a peach tree and there was way too many peaches for me to harvest, but it would drop and they would become putrid and it would attract ants and all sorts of things. So having something like that on the books that says, hey, you've got to pick up, if it's crop, you got to cultivate it. But if it's uncultivated, it's a different issue. Again, the state has a limit on 48 inches. When it gets above 48 inches, which we had in town, now we're talking about fire hazards in town. So that's the intent, is how can we, because we still have a lot of AG property in town, agricultural property that's right up against single family residential. If you move next to agriculture, I kind of want to say, hey, it kind of almost comes with the territory if it's agriculture, but to an extent, we got to have that. We can't let it become a fire hazard at the same time. So we're trying to find that middle ground, and I'm happy to take council's direction on that.
And then that's exactly my point, is that we don't necessarily need to make that a law here when there's laws that cover it in the state of Texas, for example, where you're talking about 4 feet, 48 inches for wheat or hay. So I don't necessarily think that we needed to throw that in there if there's a law that covers that. If there's in the absence of law, the city should be looking at the county or state laws that would govern that. So I would say that I kind of echo what everybody else has been saying. I would also just say to you to when you approach this, just approach it with a servant's heart, use the rod if you need to. And if you ever think there's an exception to the rule, send them to the BOA.
Certainly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
The intent with that was to provide an exception for those properties in town. And again, if we need to revisit that, happy to do so. Thank you.
Can I say one more thing real quick?
You certainly.
Sorry.
Say
Nathan,
2 more things if you want.
thank you, Nathan. I know you worked hard on all this, and I understand that it's done with good intentions and good intent, but after hearing everybody speak up here, I think there's some legitimate concerns that we certainly need to proceed cautiously with so that it does not create undue hardships on our citizens, especially our seniors, as Councilman Michaels mentioned. And I would just urge, move forward with caution, please.
Absolutely.
Daryl, you want to add to this?
Yeah, please. first and foremost, and I want you to understand, yes, these are ordinances and there's other state laws and federal laws that also regulate it that's already in place. What the ordinance does, and I'm going to refer to the short-term rentals, just as Kevin has indicated, this has been an ongoing battle that we've had with ordinances. First and foremost, we need to utilize our ordinances and laws as a educational piece first to get compliance. Ultimately, that's our desire, is have compliance that's going to help our neighbors, local businesses, things of that nature. However, if we go out and we do educate them and they choose not to obey by some of the laws that are set in place, this, as what he's bringing before us, hopefully helps us have to prevent 8 months of, compromise of trying to come to a solution and have the intent, hey, the law's here, let's educate first. If the education doesn't work, now we have some type of accountability that can follow it. And the reason why I'm inserting the short-term rental, Kevin's position is a little bit different compared to what we're dealing with here. Most of what we're dealing here, the residents generally are located here. For instance, short-term rentals, someone's in Florida. Being just quite honest with you, some of the accountability is hard for us to enforce that. But also, if we have them in place, the intent is let's educate them first and explain the reason why it's there. Then if not, then we can move forward. Also, on this side of it, if it's a renter, it goes back to short-term rental. We have the laws in place to help and enforce what we believe, and ultimately our council and our citizens, what the right thing is to do. And this helps us give that tool for them to go out and enforce that.
Madam Mayor, may I respond? Thank you.
Yes.
Darrell, I don't think the concern is necessarily that this is just going to be a helping tool for short-term rentals, because this is not specific for short-term rentals. It's a blanket law across the city. So at least for me, but what I'm kind of hearing from everybody else too, is that we just don't want to lose that small town feel with it, where we don't want, Mrs. Adams, who's 80, who can't really mow her lawn, get in trouble. We would rather know about it and get somebody over there like the Boy Scouts or a neighbor to help out. For me, I don't want to lose that. But if we make it this thick, then we have to blanket across. Otherwise, people will be saying that the city's using the power for here, but not over there. You're going to get that thing. So if we do this, and like I expressed this to Nathan, I just want to make sure that after serving with BOA and BBB for 12 years, there's always an exception to the rules. And we should just make sure that we have a clear path for people to try to get those exceptions if that's the case. Thank you.
Councilman Gilling?
Yeah, very quick. Is the intent of this to force people to take care of the right of way, or to take care of their property up to the right of way? Now, if the right of way is their property, there are two types of right of way. I have a right of way, I have a power line right of way on my property. So of course I have to mow and maintain that. But I also have the road right of way on my property. Is the intent to force the homeowner to maintain that road right of way?
No,
Okay.
not the actual road itself. What we're talking about is specifically, we mentioned bar ditches, drainage easements, things of that nature that are right in front. They prevent that from being obstructed. If a tree branch falls, if the grass is overgrown, that we ask them to maintain that so that water can flow through and it doesn't compound a flooding issue that we know in this community that we have. So that is the intent. And I will state that again, these are tools. These are things that our citizens can point to in notifying us of something. Before I've ever written a ticket, and when I train code officers, I said, I want you to do 4 things before you come to me about a citation. I want you to leave a door hanger, business card, attempt to make contact with that resident. I want you to, if you can't get a hold of them, we'll put something in the mail. That usually gives them about 10 days. But that's 10 days that the residents are calling, hey, we want an update. We want an update. But then do we have a phone number with utility billing? I want you to call them. And if we have an email, let's send an email. But I want us to have multiple attempts, and we'll document how many times we've attempted to contact somebody in order to address whether it's a nuisance issue of the limited that we have, to try to get that resolved. So again, that's the intent, is to have something in place to just that speaks to accountability here in Kennedale on, and again, it's council's discretion, and it's for your consideration on what that standard's going to be here in Kennedale.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Nathan. Okay, before we jump into the budget, we have one more citizen that wants to speak, or the budget in the work session. And then I'll ask if you guys want to take a break, but we've got one more citizen that wants to speak. And so we'll do that real quick. Perry Clemente. And Perry, just state your address, and you have 3 minutes. You don't have to take the whole 3 if you don't want to, though.
Excuse me?
You don't have to take the whole 3 if you don't want to.
Perry Clemente, 103 Creekside Court. 2 concerns. The main thing is Kennedale Sublet Road between Little Road and 287 Business. It's become a speedway. Traffic is increased because of construction. Hammock Creek, of course, has put more traffic on it, but the speed limit they're trying to enforce. I've talked to the chief. I talked to a few council members. It's a concern. You, Jan, you come out on that road at Hilltop, it's hazardous. We're trying to come up with ideas with the chief on slowing that road down, changing the speed limit, dropping it somewhat. Road humps in a road, even maybe a flashing stop sign like Pennsylvania has at Hilltop, and get people to come around that bend and just stop, slow them down. They're coming down too fast. My wife and I almost got hit by a truck going 45 miles an hour. If I didn't stop her, we would have been creamed. We chased the truck all the way down to Kroger. It ran 45 to 46 miles an hour all the way down. I mean, these people are insane. The other truck was going slow, which blocked the view from the one coming back down from Burger Box. It's scary. They have no respect for stopping. I've almost got rear-ended by 2 guys on those little motorcycles when I was stopped to make a turn on my street. They come down fast. Once this rain hits, that road's gonna be slick for a while, and they're gonna have cars hitting the cemetery and hitting things. Help us do something with that road. Second thing is, hate to beat on Hammock Creek, but I have observed a lot of trash the past couple of weeks up and down that road, and it isn't from the racetrack people and all the other stuff that people like to concern and blame. I've seen residents come out of Hammock Creek, and as they're going down the road, clean out their car going down the road. I've seen Hammock Creek's dumpsters overflowing, and when they do get dumped, the residual trash doesn't get picked up by the trash people. I've seen children bringing down bags of trash, 3 flights. They can't flip it into that dumpster, so they lay it outside. It's going to attract rodents and everything else, and it breaks loose and blows around. I don't know how that can be controlled either. But those are it. If you go down Kennedale Sublet Road, I don't know what happened the past 2-3 weeks. It is trash city. And I know the city workers have been out picking it up, but pay attention, everybody. Ask for your help.
Thank you. Council, do you want to take a 5-minute break before we start on the budget work session? Yes? Okay. 5-minute break. It is 6:34, so be back at 6:39. Been a long time. It's online. So yeah, it's online and it's, yeah, it's the proposed. Okay, the 17th or the 25th. The 17th, of course, can be voted on tonight. We've had a lot of conversations about that. It's critical sewer and water. It's, has to be done. There's also a 22 that we don't have. It's actually, there's three. Charge from the time. So you're gonna have, yeah, it's gonna be interesting, yeah, of course. I think the thing that we're putting forward. I think we may postpone that because right now we just have. There's a lot done. So. 17 voted on tonight, and that's not going to go before the. That's maybe the council. Yeah, it's a. Yeah, it's a, yeah, that won't go. We'll wait till we're talking. What if they want?
Let me know what I'm having.
If I could get everyone back to the dais, please. Oh, no. Okay, we'll go ahead and resume our meeting. And we are at work session, item number 3, the budget update. And I'd like to invite our finance director, Jonathan Horton, up.
Sorry, I'll just be here real quick right now. I'm going to introduce we have representatives from Brinson. It's our benefits broker for city employees.
Right. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good
My name
evening.
is Jana Ventura, and I'm with Brinson Benefits, and we are your employee benefits consulting firm. And I'm going to give you just a brief summary of our recommendations for your upcoming renewal on October 1st. So one of the first things that we look at for your renewal is what's called your loss ratio. And you guys are running really well. Your loss ratios for the last 12 months, 71%. And that means that for every dollar that the insurance carrier collects in premium, they are paying out 71 cents in claims. A good loss ratio is usually 75% or below. The 12 months prior to that was 82%. And 3 years ago, it was 60%. So your claims are running really well. So then when Blue Cross Blue Shield issued their initial renewal of 16.9%, that compelled us to go to market because we knew that we could do better than 16%. So we went ahead and we did a full market sealed bid process, and we got 6 proposals and 4 carriers declined to quote. Ultimately, we were able to use the proposals from the competition to negotiate with Blue Cross Blue Shield to get your renewal down to a final, I'm missing it in my notes here, 1.36% over current with ancillary discounts. And that is with no plan design changes, other than we had to make a small adjustment to your health reimbursement arrangement to stay in compliance with federal law. Federal law says that this year, for a high deductible health plan, employees have to be responsible for the first $3,000 out of pocket. Last year, it was $2,800. So we had to update your health reimbursement arrangement just a little bit. So it is our recommendation to go ahead and renew with Blue Cross Blue Shield at 1.36% over current. With dental, also with Blue Cross Blue Shield, they came in at 5% above current, and we were not able to negotiate that because they gave the discounts on the medical side. 5% equates to about $1,600 over current. And then your vision, basic life, voluntary life, short-term disability, and long-term disability are all in rate guarantee at a flat renewal. Your benefits with Colonial, including accident, cancer, and critical illness, will all continue at the same rate. The commissions for Brinson Benefits also continues at the same rate. Your standalone telemedicine program through Lyric also continues at the same rate, as does your HRA and FSA administration and your COBRA administration. Your benefits administration system continues to be provided at no cost. And now I'll stand for questions.
Well, first of all, thank you for the good news, I would say. Very good news.
Great news.
It's very good news. And I'll just open it up to council. So we just received this information when we sat down. So tell me where, if you were going to tell me where to go to look for the beefiest part, where would you recommend?
So I would recommend, you see in the black bar at the top on the far right, it says renewal estimated negotiated. And so those are your final estimated rates from Blue Cross Blue Shield. Of course, they do have the right to take that 1.36% and apply it to the 2 plans as they see fit. So we are still pending, the final premium amounts, but those are the estimated negotiated. So your far right column is where I would draw your attention. Your first plan is your high deductible health plan that qualifies employees to put money into a health savings account. And the other one is your standard traditionally styled copay PPO plan. No changes from last year.
Excellent. I'll open it up to council for questions. Councilman Navarez.
Just a quick clarification. I think I'm reading this right. Approximately how much would it cost the employee on their paychecks for this increase?
So I would invite you to flip to the third page, the third large page of your attachment. And so what you'll want to do to compare last year to this year is you have your current column on the far left at the very bottom is what they're paying per paycheck. If you look at the column on the far right, that is what they will be paying. So for example, employee only is $132.17 for your high deductible health plan. And it would be going to $132.99.
Excellent work on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Councilman Griffith?
I don't have any questions at this time, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Michael, sorry.
I don't have no question. Thank you very much.
Councilman Horton, no. Councilman Gilly?
No, other than thank you. Thank you for your good work.
Yes, absolutely happy to help.
Yeah.
With
excellent.
9 to 10% inflation,
Do you have anything?
it's good to see something that, we were sort of able to hold, that you were able to hold the line for us. Thank you.
Your claims did not call for a 16 or 17% increase, so I'm happy we were able to negotiate.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll move to the budget update, item B. General budget update.
With us for about 30 more seconds while we get this set up. All right, good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I will just start going through this and feel free to stop me and ask questions as they come up. None yet? Okay, the first part is the draft of our general disclosure that's required by the state. States this budget will raise more total property taxes than last year's budget by $1,129,122.28 or 15.8%. And of that amount, $167,076.48 is tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year. It's a breakdown of an increase of M&O or a maintenance portion of about $585,000. The rest of that is INS. And we'll get to it when we get to the debt service fund, but a large portion of that INS expenditure is expected to be reimbursed by the water sewer fund in the future. Again, I'll touch more on that when we get to the debt service fund when we have that in front of us. And this packet is different from the one that was online. This is of the book that was in your box right before the meeting. So here's our truth and taxation notice. Again, feel free to stop me.
Okay, I'll stop you.
Got it. Done.
I just want to let council know the reason why you have a new book is because after the first, the PDF that was in our packet, there were some adjustments that needed to be made. So I sat down with the finance director and the city manager, and we went through it. And the first thing I asked for is pages with numbers in it. So that it's easy for us to have conversations on the dais, what page are you on? And for us to have conversations with the director. And then the other thing is there were some questions that I had that they went back and found the information and plugged it in. So that's why you have a new book. So I know that you probably went through what you had in your packet and made notes on that. So there are pages on this. So when you made notes, and I'm speaking from all the notes that I made, this was my packet. So these are all the notes. And so I can look at that and then refer them to this and see if there was an update made. But please stop him and ask questions. I know you have questions. So as we go through this, it's important for us to really understand it, make sure that you get your questions answered. Okay, any questions on that? No? All right, here we go.
To expand just a little bit on that, once we get deeper into the general fund, the cover page before each department has a lot more information than what was previously given. So I'm hoping some of your questions will be answered as soon as we get to that piece. But if not, that's why I'm up here. This first page I'll stop at gets to the number I'd mentioned before about the M&O rate. The rate we're proposing is this, keep the tax rate the same, which is right here. Last year, the de minimis rate was used. So this is right here, and you can see the total tax rate is the same.
What page are you on? I'm sorry.
I'm on page 16, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I love those page numbers.
Yeah, I apologize for not doing that up front.
There we go. 16. Okay, we're all on the same page now.
I know, I felt like I was publishing something really special today, 80 pages of a book, and it is special, but it's
It is
the first time
special.
I've
It's the
done.
most special thing we have, actually.
I'm going to pause here, then I'll. Okay, I will move to the next page. This is an allocation of work, expenditures, and coverage for the general fund from other funds. Now, one change from the earlier packet is this EDC, the straight wage allocation. This is for a new position that I will discuss more on once we get to the library and communications departments. Typically, what we've done is we've allocated a percentage of service that departments from the general fund provide to purposes of other funds. These are transfers that go into the general fund for various services and work provided. The general fund. First page is it's a summary of revenue and incoming transfers and a summary of expenditures by department. One thing I want to touch on is down here at the bottom, our reserve at 25% is at 92 days. So we're projecting to be over that by the end of the year and consistently stay over that through FY24. Okay, the first is the city manager, and I did him wrong slightly on this, and that he didn't actually ask for any capital expenditure requests or new programs, but I put a couple notes that go to the entire staff on here. I'm sorry, yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt. Can I
No,
back
please
up
do.
really quickly? Licenses and permits. For the proposed budget, 449,883, where the previous years it had been the 300, mid 300s. Is that just new growth that's the anticipated increase for that?
Yes, sir. I spoke with our community development director, and he actually has a very detailed schedule of developments that he expects to come online in FY24, and we went through his fee schedule. So that's based on what's gone through permitting and what we're expecting to see. And it's not just a big development. Some of these are one-off houses or one-off buildings, but that's based on new development expected to come online next fiscal year.
Thank you.
There's more than us just winging it, is all I'm saying. Any more on this page? There's only about 80 more to go.
Well, we're
It's
going to
only
go
about
page by
75.
page into departments, so we're
I
going to
know.
wait.
Yeah, I've got a comment on this page.
Okay.
And that's on the mayor and the council budget. Is anyone else uncomfortable with us spending $209,000 of the people's money on ourselves?
Well, let's wait till we get to our page.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Gilly, I'm happy to go into more detail. I just want to wait until we get to the department and I can go over. In fact, that's why I have my laptop up here. I have more extensive notes on my laptop than is on this actual book. Okay, we'll
We're almost there.
So generally all staff is budgeted for a 3% raise. We have director and staff at least 8%. With the city manager, the budget, it's pretty flat. We have an increase in medical insurance because we're expecting to have 2 positions for the entire year. We didn't have that for FY23. That's our biggest change there. Operating is actually, I mean, it's flat compared to estimated FY23. Without any other questions, I will move on to the council piece. We do have an AV upgrade for the council chamber. It's $22,000. We'll see that in the other equipment line item once we get there. We also have an office equipment, $2,500 for computer related equipment.
May I ask, what's the purpose behind the new AV for the council chambers?
Could I default to one of you two, please?
What we're looking at getting is, we have a lot of our meetings that we need for like the town hall meetings, things like that. We don't have wireless microphones to be able to go out into the crowd and allow people to talk. It will also integrate things a little better. So it will be more like a one button push to get everything moving for a meeting instead of the multiple buttons. We're keeping the microphones as is. And there's a little bit of the equipment for the recordings that they will be making changes to make sure that we're getting the best quality out for the public.
Can I state for the record that, you know, I would echo Councilman Gilly's sentiments there. Instead of increasing our benefits by that, I mean, I'd rather pay our police officers and firefighters that difference, to be honest with you. That's all I got.
So I do have a question on the AV, because I do agree that we need to upgrade. Actually, I'll just say this. I'll be completely honest. The AV is a little bit of burn my side because we've had it upgraded and then the people that we use, I guess they're not around anymore. And so we can't even get what we have. So we actually, the buttons, we used to be able to vote and then there was an upgrade done, but now it doesn't work again. So I do agree that we need, I know for people that watch us online that can't come in, they can't see us very closely. And there's been some requests to be able to zoom in. And they can't see who's speaking. And then when we vote, they can't really see who made the vote easily. So those are some concerns. And then I do agree. So we had a steering committee meeting a couple of weeks ago and they were down on the floor and there was no microphone to pick it up at all. So people, you know, were watching online and wanted to hear what was being said, but they couldn't hear anything. So I do agree that we need, we definitely need some help in those areas. It does seem like a lot. 22,000 seems like a lot, but I mean, my grocery bill is a lot right now and it didn't used to be what it was. So, you know, I don't know.
I do believe one of the biggest expenditures is an upgrade to the video, to the camera, which when we do that, part of what it will do is as someone activates their microphone, it moves the camera inward and things like that to help assist the ones that are at home watching. Or I have a lot of people who call and watch after the fact and then have, you know, they make comments about that they can't see who did what and those things.
Right. Councilman Gozo, you have something on that?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I just kind of wanted to echo that, that I see the need for people to be able to view online and feel like they can actually get quality feedback so they can be a part of what's going on. And then I just wanted to see if anyone in your departments considered or looked at grant options that might be available for some of those updates.
I can say with definitive action that no one in finance looked into grants for that. I can't speak on nobody in any department looked for a grant for that.
So I think for the most part, we agree we need it. We just don't want to spend it because I really think we're being very conservative. And that's what I'm hearing is we want to be, super conservative where we can. So I guess do you have anything for us on that?
Madam Mayor, I'm okay with spending this money on the upgrading equipment. My biggest concern with it is to make sure that we utilize it for all the board meetings, to make it more transparent. And we just had a citizen come up here and say how none of us were transparent. We're very public because we don't post on social media, but we don't have to if we post ourselves on YouTube and share it on our social medias for the city. That's very clear. If you spend the time to watch it, you'll see exactly what we're doing. So if we can get equipment that would zoom in on our faces or zoom around as described, or even just better mics, so I can turn my head just slightly to you, Jan, and talk to you, I think I'm all for that.
Yeah.
And of course, get a company that won't go bankrupt in 3 years. That'd be great.
Right, exactly. All right. Go ahead.
Okay. I will go to.
You give me a little bit better feedback. Do you want me to take it off? Do we want to continue with the budget item for that? Or if I can, I understand y'all's concerns. I truly do. I just want to make sure if I need to take it off, I need to take it off.
Well, just to clarify, this is up to 200,000. It's not like we're going to
I'm sorry, it's up to 22,000.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about the total expenditures.
Oh, okay.
The whole budget. So
Yes, sir.
I think that was the original concern. I understand that 22,000 of it's going for this, but I think the concern that they were sharing with us was it's too much to spend. I agree, but that doesn't mean we have to spend it all, correct?
Well, I can say that about 75% of it is for legal services. And that's the bulk of
Council, right.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, 100 of the 200, 150,000 is legal services. So that really only leaves like half of that would be the AV equipment. So are you okay with the AV equipment? Do you want to take a round and give city manager some direction? Councilman Michaels?
I think I'm good with it. I mean, we need to it's just sad. It seems like 4 years ago we upgraded and then the company went out of business and now here we are trying to do another upgrade and spending money that we shouldn't have to upgrade.
Agree.
But I understand to be out to the citizens so they can see it and then all the boards. I think we need to do it.
Madam Mayor, I think the benefit from this, just from an IT standpoint as well, is coming out of COVID, we kind of all got used to online stuff and we quickly was just getting whatever equipment we could. And as somebody who owns an IT company, it was really hard just to get equipment. So a lot of things were patched back in that day as well. So we all learned in the IT business better ways of doing it. And there's been new technology out there that make it easier. Like she was saying, one button click to post. And so normally I would say, 5 to 10 years or 5 to 8 years, should replace it anyways. But since it's been such a short term, if we replace it now, I think we'll be good for the rest of the decade.
Excellent.
I just wanted to pose a question if there might be another option available instead of taking this out of city council budget or increasing. Is there another place we might spend, like EDC, for example?
That is current. We'll have to look and see exactly what funds we can pull out to help cover for some of that expense. But yes, that is a possibility.
How many people are watching right now? Do we know?
Don't count yourself, Ryan.
It's not necessarily.
Oh, please do.
Currently, there is one participant.
One participant. How many people generally watch the board meetings?
live. It can be up to 8.
What's the, okay, so, what would be the average of people that watch later a council meeting?
I can't give you that. I don't know the analytics for that.
About 100?
Ultimately, our goal is at one point, all of our boards and commissions will be online and videoed and recorded. At one point, we get it upgraded. We have that capability. It helps in several different ways, not only currently, but if someone comes in a year from now and say, hey, I want to know what happened on EDC, we can refer them to our YouTube channel, our social media channel, wherever it's located. And we ultimately don't have to do an open records request and go pull that information for them. So it's a benefit for us in a lot of different ways. As we move forward, we can utilize that to offset, it's not real money, but it's money and time spent for an employee to go find that information, put it on a DVD or whatever type of media to give that to them. So ultimately, in the long-term side of it, there's a lot of benefits to it.
Okay. I'd also like to point out, Madam Mayor, that it's such a benefit and a cost cutter for us to post it on YouTube. Just video server space alone would cost tens of thousands. I don't know if you've seen our server room, but it's embarrassing. So if you're looking to cut costs with this, 22,000 is actually not a lot when it comes to AV equipment. This would be like a $50,000 job if I was going to quote it myself. And then we have to consider the fact that if we put it on YouTube, we're saving tens of thousands every year.
I don't disagree that we definitely, it's something we want to upgrade, but if you can look and see if the EDC can, can help us with the budget, that'd be great. Because I think that's
I can get you an amount.
okay, perfect.
I think this would be a good time to solicit input from the people here. They can contact us, email us, and the 7 people that watch this. And they can say, yeah, we want you to spend $22,000 of our money on it, or what you got, what you have is good enough. I mean, let's see what kind of feedback. So anybody that watches this or anybody here will send us an email. Let us know what you think.
Sounds like a good idea to me. All right, we're going to go ahead and move forward.
I do have a question about what entails the telephone services that seems to have popped up last year. Is that
Those are council cell phones.
for the council cell phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. And also special events, is that things like trunk or treat, or does that come out of our budget, or?
That's for our banquet for our boards, for EDC, planning and zoning, Parks Board, the event that we had 4 months ago, where we had
Okay,
all the
yeah.
board members show up and we gave state of the city.
And then our travel, I would assume that's reimbursement to TML events or National League of Cities or
Any of the training.
any of those, or okay.
Yeah, any training or conference that council or mayor attends, that's the line item that
Okay.
those reimbursements come out of.
That would be for fuel, hotel, things of that nature.
Everything but conference fees. Anything but the conference fees, that goes into travel. So any meal reimbursements also.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on.
Okay. Next department is city secretary. The capital expenditure and new program request, there's an expansion of Laserfish and Civic Engage platforms. You'll see that line in the software account. And in special services, there's an increase related to Access, Zoom, and Securitas. Those are all various IT related issues, Securitas being the alarm system for City Hall. Okay.
Yeah, you guys just, if you have questions,
Um,
'cause I may be looking down and not see you, so just.
okay,
Just since I gave a new book, I want to pause at least for 10 or 15 seconds.
Okay.
Each department to give time for review.
one of the, okay, so I remember back in June, we talked about what the Laserfish was going to accomplish. We were going to digitize the historical paper and microfiche records of Kennedale, right? That was what that was going to accomplish. And we were wasn't there going to be some savings in storage and other areas that would offset that? Now, that's something we talked about 2.5 months ago, so.
That's correct. And with that, you'll see that mainly dealing with HR section. At one point, obviously, we couldn't afford to go strictly straight paperless right off the bat. So you'll see mainly when we get to HR, you'll see that funding come in there. Do you want to talk about Laserfish, Ryan? To give clarity?
Honestly, a lot of what you're seeing is the way they captured it from the year before didn't show it it didn't line out what everything was. Plus, we also I know with Civic Plus, we have had anywhere we have several platforms there, and we've had increases on each platform as small as 5%, and then one of them went up 24%. So those were big increases that we didn't account for last year because it was something new. Laserfish is something that we have it. It is what I use to keep all of our documents electronically.
Mhm.
And our goal is to put everything electronic so we don't have paper sitting in the offices, something that you have to go find and reach for. And yes, there is some in an offsite storage that we do need to do. But I believe that is being captured under HR as far as getting that digitized.
Okay, yeah, as I recall, there was going to be a one-time cost of retrieving that information, digitizing it, and that will be reflected in another budget item separate from this.
I do believe so.
Okay.
That's correct.
And if I recall, there were some savings associated with going to this, as storage costs and things like those. Has that been accounted for in the budget item? Let's say that you're going to save, I don't know, $1,500 a year on storage. If you go to Laserfish, this cost has been reduced by that amount.
I don't see that has been put into the budget yet.
Okay.
Simply because we don't know the time frame it's going to take to get everything digitized.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
We're
And
still
then-
going to have off-site storage. Finance is one of them. So we got I'll just say 50 boxes of paper that's on an off-site. So obviously we're going to have that. We're not going to be able to go fully digital this budget. So the idea is coming into the finance. If we have the funding, obviously we'll move forward for the 24 budget. If not, you'll see that piece in the 2025 to go paperless on that.
Okay.
Some of the ideas that we can do as time goes by, if we don't have to keep that document, we're going to go ahead and do a shred. That way we don't have to pay to have it scanned into a document digitally.
Okay.
So ultimately, we're saving money by going by the plan. If we had to keep a record for 2 years, we have records that's been in there for 15 or 20 years.
Right.
So I don't see the point in going in and scanning all of that where we may not need to keep 10 years of that data.
Okay. In other words, you scan it as it's needed, as it's retrieved, it's scanned, but you don't go out looking for older records to scan. Okay.
Yeah, we're just want to eliminate that if we don't need the need for it.
Okay. The next one is special service related to access. Is access the old
Access
Windows?
is our storage.
Okay, that's your storage.
It's
And-
formerly Iron Mountain. You may be.
Oh, yeah.
familiar with
Okay.
Iron
Iron Mountain. Yeah, I know Iron Mountain. Okay. And then Zoom, do we still is Zoom used to preclude travel? And that's the costs associated with Zoom meetings?
Zoom is actually what we use to push our platform onto YouTube. It has
Oh,
a
okay,
storage
gotcha.
compartment that houses our meetings. And then we also have, I believe, one other dedicated line that is so we can have meetings
Okay.
via Zoom.
Okay, okay, that makes sense. And Securitas, remind me what that is again?
That is our, the security for the building, our monitor system.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Good. I'll be under.
Municipal court is up next. We have a realignment of duties and job titles, and I can briefly touch on this, but I'm definitely not an expert in that we do need to have an assigned juvenile case manager, that's a primary responsibility. And you will see an increase in training and then a corresponding increase in travel to obtain that position. Other increases are, they're due to activity. Our citations have gone up. And as citations go up, we do have other expenditures that increase that correspond with that. Those using the screens, I really can't make this any larger. So I'm sorry if it's too small. If I make it bigger, we won't be able to see the whole page at the same time. If I make it bigger, it'll be a little too focused, I think. So I can move slow. So bring it down to the operating piece.
Okay, so here under salaries, I see quite a large increase over this year's budget actuals of about $30,000, rough and tough, right? Is that a difference because of vacancies plus salary increases?
That's correct.
Okay,
We are not increasing the position, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah,
So we will still have 2 FTE and that core department.
okay.
Okay, I will shift to HR and Councilman Gilly, that you'll see a couple of items on here relating to storage and digitization as well. So there is document imaging. We'll touch on that some more. You're also going to see a pretty large increase in the HR related test account due to a structural shift where instead of having public safety departments handle their tests separate from City Hall, everybody's tests will run through this HR account. So there's an increase in HR in that department, but there's a corresponding decrease in the police and the fire department accounts to balance that out. So you can see here in the software line, that's the digitization project. And to your point earlier, Councilman Gilly, there is a corresponding decrease in special services that balances, that's this HR portion of the storage. So if you take naughty finance out and then what's left from the city secretary, there really won't be an HR piece in our remote storage. That'll all go through the digitization process.
Okay.
All right. Now onto my favorite department. Let's see, you guys can read. So I do want to point out 3 items on the bottom. The book that was sent out on Friday, the Adobe file it was an estimate for audit services based on our normal ACFR and then what's called a single audit that's required when a government spends more than $750,000 of federal money. It doesn't appear that we're going to have that done in 6 weeks. So we will need a single audit on the FY25 budget. When I pulled that off 24, there is a decrease in our audit services line. I also reduced special services by an additional 5,000 and another to the fines and penalties. So here we are.
Could you explain the late fees?
Um, some of that is City of Arlington. We were in a dispute, a pricing dispute with the City of Arlington. Some of it was having a gap in personnel. And I can say that we are reducing that drastically right now. But there was a point in time where our AP, quite frankly, wasn't doing good enough. And we are there now. We're doing good enough now.
Okay, so it was late fees associated with the management of the and maintenance of the water and sewer system.
That's the bulk of it. Yes, sir.
Where are you at on the late fees? What page?
Madam Mayor, that is on page 31, and it is the very last account.
Fines and penalties.
5884.
Okay. I was looking for late fees.
Well, that's what they are, but
Yes.
the account is entitled that way. But yeah,
Gotcha.
the fines and penalties being direct, that is late fees. Okay, we're good. I'm sorry, go ahead.
What exactly is special services?
Special services, as I'm interpreting it for this budget, it is consultant assistance. We've had Debbie Reed. She's been here. She'll still be working with us some next year. Of course, I hate to use it, we're whittling that down with me being here and catching up, but I do expect that we might need some assistance. And I also wanted to leave an amount in there in case we do need some additional professional help on a topic that comes up throughout the year.
Thank you.
Do you want to speak to maybe bringing an intern into your department?
I can, if you would like me to. Right now,
I
we
would
do
like
have.
council to hear.
Okay. Right now, we do have a vacancy in the department, and it's part of the description, which is why I went back 2 pages. The philosophy I'm looking at is if I can find a part-time person that's highly skilled, that meets his skill set, but can't work full-time, I don't want to exclude that person given the talent pool that I experienced when the last vacancy happened. And granted, we made a fantastic hire, but it was not easy getting there. So the idea being that I have an FTE cap, but I can fill that with a part-time employee. And if I have space, also hire a college intern. The idea also being with savings part-time, we don't pay benefits for part-time, and that would also go for the intern as well. So I've contacted 2 universities, 2 local universities. I'm biased towards one, Texas Wesleyan. I have my undergrad there. UTA was the other one. UTA priced me at about $10,000 for 2 semesters for an intern to work 20 hours a week. If we have a part-time person working, say, 3 days a week, and I get an intern for 2 semesters of the year, the way that works out, the salary would be less than my vacancy, and we would be saving the benefit piece as well. So I did make a blurb in here about flexibility on that if I can find the right person. And I don't want to belabor what I think the talent pool is like, but I'm happy to have that conversation at another time. Thank you for the opportunity. Any other questions on finance? Comments? Okay, so police. So within this budget, we do have 1 vehicle that is in other equipment and then a related upfit to that vehicle. Chief Holguin did ask for some other items that we have either moved to this fiscal year or we have just placed on a hold. And I did need to make an adjustment. I note at the bottom from the book that went out Friday for an officer that was hired in July. And I adjusted the personnel breakdown here. And because I've had this question asked twice, I'll go ahead and get ahead of it. There are 2 salary pieces. There's a salary here and there's a salary here. The difference being this O2 is for the SRO program and the O1 is the general police operations.
And the SROs that's budgeted and KISD pays 50%, or is this the 100% and they pay us back 50%?
The 100, what I list is 100% and the 50% shows up in the revenue piece as intergovernmental.
Perfect.
Revenue.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So now that the state has mandated that and they're getting, what is it, $25,000 per campus? 15,000 per campus, would that change our numbers?
No.
Is it still our intention to pay half currently?
For the current budget.
I'd have a quick question on this. It's probably more for you, Mike. You're asking for 33,250 for the 5 flock license plates reader, and that wasn't in your original presentation. Will you let us know what that exactly is? What you need it for?
Right. That's the flock system I've talked to some people about, but it was not in the original presentation. And what that is, it's a highly intelligent video system that we can use for investigative purposes. We get alerts if a stolen vehicle is anywhere around the camera that picks up on the license plate. But also even more kind of intriguing about it and really pretty neat is it can recognize physical features of the car aside from the license plate. So if one of our partnering agencies, for instance, puts an alert out for a maroon Festiva with a sticker on the back window, it'll actually alert us to that vehicle being anywhere near where our camera is at. And then we can assist with any type of investigation. So it's a smart camera system. It's the kind of the latest and greatest in terms of video systems and LPR systems that are available in the market today.
So these are 5 cameras that are mounted somewhere like our parks or something.
Yes, sir.
So these aren't the cameras that you put on like a patrol vehicle to go around and pick up license plates.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that.
The idea is not in the park. I just want to make sure I clarify that.
Oh, thanks for clarifying that, because that was the original discussions too, was to put cameras in the parks.
That's correct. Generally, these flock cameras you'll put at intersections. The idea is to catch that traffic.
So our major thoroughways through the city.
Most likely.
Thank you.
If you go to Little Road in 20, there's a black metal pole and there's a flock camera on top of that. You can actually see it from 20 if you look down towards the stoplights there.
I just have a quick question on the intergovernmental city of Mansfield. I assume that's the jail.
That also involves the 911 dispatcher and the firing range along with the jail.
It's all the software, it's all programming, everything's included. So like all the computers you see in the car, all that programming is included in that software package.
Okay, thank you. So the other equipment is the one vehicle. So now we're one vehicle, right? One new board at the 72,481.
Yes, ma'am.
The idea is that we'll keep one in the current budget for us to have a balanced budget, with the idea that we believe our projections are that we'll have a savings from this current budget, and we'll make a purchase, obviously with the council's approval, to get the equipment that's needed for the police department.
Okay.
That would also include some of the tasers and pepper ball guns that they have requested as well.
Okay.
Okay, so with the fire department and the presentation that Councilman Navarez has referenced with PD, there was a discussion about a modification to the step plan. That is not in the budget, but part of it is a 3% increase for the wage. The 3% for staff does also include police and fire personnel as well. There were some pretty drastic adjustments made from what was sent out on Friday. I do apologize. I misinterpreted a document that the fire chief had sent. Completely on me, but it is up to date now on the operations piece.
So if we, the step plan, $160,000, I think is what we initially anticipated that being, but with the 3% built into that, what would it be?
I will have to write that down and get back with you.
Yeah, I think that would be a number that I'd be interested in seeing also. The difference between the 3% increase and then what was originally talked about as the step plan for both the fire and the police.
Are you talking about the 160 plus the 3%?
No, I'm talking about the 160. How much of that does the 3%
Or the
Yeah.
Cover.
represent?
It shouldn't be 160, like the 3% should reduce the 160.
Right. We'll get you the numbers for the whole pay scale.
Okay, so community development, we do have, similar to what police and fire have, certification pay coming into play in this department. And there was a request for a new vehicle that we have moved to the FY23 budget. So you can see incentive pay, $6,000 there. That's the biggest difference.
Was there any more discussions with the fire department or did I miss something?
No, I've moved on to community development.
Okay, I'm good.
Let me ask one more question. And we talked a little bit about this briefly at our seminar back in June, or it may have even been May. But when the fire department has to retrain employees, and I know it's very tough to quantify how much the actual training and procedures, et cetera, are, could we get a number of what that costs? Or the best estimate we could get what it would cost the fire department to have to train new people when they lose folks?
I believe that was started. The work was started on that already.
We'll get it for both
Thanks, sir.
PD and FD.
Gerald, are we fully staffed with the fire department?
Yes, currently we're fully staffed.
And then how many or what percentage of those would be their rookies, first years?
Chief Brown, do you mind?
I know you just graduated a few, Chief. Just 2. Thank you.
That's 2.
I have a question real quick regarding for the fire department. We have an item that we're going to discuss later in bonds, and I would like to know if there's any relation in regards to the potential approval of that bond and what's presented here for the budget. If there's an impact or consideration there.
When the operating budget was prepared, it was prepped based on just operating for the next year. I didn't
Yeah, as far as
make any
operations.
considerations
it
to a
won't
budget
affect that
or to
bond.
a bond.
Yeah. As far as budget wise.
And just as an FYI, you'll see on the grant line, you'll see it blank, and that's because there's a new fund just for grants.
Yes, thank you for reminding me. I'll touch on that later when we get to the funds. And once we get to these other kind of back of the book funds, I'll go a lot faster. But the idea being that grant revenue isn't really operating revenue. So it going to the general fund isn't really representative of what the funds are for. And it also damages any type of projecting we try to do, long-term projecting with the general fund, because we have to manually go pull those out. So we did create a new fund just for grants designed to be at a zero balance and net zero over time. Most of our grants, you earn the revenue when you spend it. They don't give you a chunk of money up front. So over time, that grant fund will maintain a flat balance. Money comes in, we spend it. Money comes in, actually, it's the other way around technically, but The idea being we pull out grant money and we're able to track that separately without it impacting our general fund.
Yeah, I like that. All right, are we good to move? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I wanted to clarify my question. So pending the approval of that bond, when they break ground and start working on the facility, is there a consideration to the operational impact and the cost of them potentially being displaced while that work is being done?
Not in FY 24.
Yeah, because that'll be next year. Yeah. Good question. All right, community development, we ready?
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Let me go back. There we go.
Okay.
Okay, without any questions, I'll move on to the senior center. There was an initial request for flooring of $40,000, which we unfortunately have taken out. The senior center does not have personnel. And we can see the operating there.
Do we have any flooring companies in town?
I really don't know.
I know at one time in the past we did, but you know, this might be something where if we talk to some local businesses or something like that, especially the ones in the flooring business, you know, that might be something we consider pursuing so they could get a new floor if some business wanted to donate a new floor. We'll put the energetic and captivating Mayor Joplin on that task, right?
There you go. There you go. Get right on. Although I will say it, they do need a new floor. It is very slippery in there. It's not good for our seniors, that's for sure. All right, so we're on library.
Okay. In the library, we did put, speaking of flooring, new carpet for the library and a projector for the community room. There is an additional employee that you'll see on here, and time is shared with communications and the EDC. 50% of the employment costs are paid by the EDC. So that is not just the salary, that's the employment costs, including retirement and other benefits. That was the change I made to the transfer page that we talked about right at the beginning of my presentation. What was not included in this current budget was a painting of the library. There was a estimate of $20,000. It was reduced to $5,000 for the supplies with the hopes that city and staff can handle that. And we did not include a sound system for the community room, estimated at $2,500.
And I do know there's the Friends of the Library, that they have some funds as well that we can tap into. So don't forget about that.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, the library is very good about approaching us about stuff, and we've done a couple collaborations with them so far and look forward to future ones too.
Excellent. Thank you.
We do have a good budget for it.
Excellent.
I got one question on this.
Okay.
We're looking at a projector for the community room, but then we're not getting a sound system for the community room. Doesn't make any sense to me.
The projector is mainly for presentations. For instance, when we went over there and we had our budget retreat, so we can have a projector that's a decent quality. The idea is that we could still use some type of speakers and hook up to that projector. It's just not best of the quality.
I understand that, but right now, currently, that's where fire department, everybody's using for training and stuff like that. So fire department, police department does training there, at least classroom. So, I mean, just to me, it seems like a sound system, you know, and I'm assuming that's a wireless mic to an amp to speakers. That's what you're saying, a
Yes.
sound system?
Yes.
Okay,
Well, we also previously talked about doing some events in there, like for example, if we did a movie in the park, but it rained, we would pull it into the room. So sound system would be beneficial not only to some of our city events, but for renting them out as well. There's some value there if we add more to that value to increase the rental costs on that as well.
Hey, do we have any other feedback for the library? Library.
I would just, I mean, if the Friends of the Library can pay for it, that'd be great. You know, I mean, anything that we can get them to help us pay for, that would be amazing. But I mean, it does kind of make sense that if you can see it, you'd like to hear it as well. But, you know, hopefully we can get some help from them and it can still be done, but just not in the budget. I like that. I like to be able to do that. Maybe we'll put both of them Friends of the Library. Hey, there we go.
I also point out too, Liz was very good about trying to get public money to do the things that she needs to do. She's very excellent at that.
Yeah, she's very excellent.
Okay, so move to a new department, communications. Elizabeth will be leading this one as well. This is a new department that blends tasks from the library and the city secretary, currently operating with an expanded focus on EDC activity, primarily involving the new position that the EDC will be paying 50% of, being involved with events that are EDC events that are held on city property. Of course, massive increase in every account on this one, but do bear in mind that most of these expenditures did come from other areas and we're pulling into a department that's solely focused on external communications with some internal as well. But the increases in here are pretty minimal. They're mostly just transfers from another place.
What new position is the EDC going to be paying 50% of?
Mainly it'd be the personnel position in it. So the idea for several months, we have talked about putting a administrative position for the EDC. Some of the expansions that we're doing, particularly dealing with our communications of Facebook, social media, websites, things of that nature, this position can help facilitate that, and our event coordinator for events that's in the town center. Also could help out in the events and the programming that the library has for not only for our youth, but for our elderly as well, to help in that concept.
Would that be an official city position?
Yes.
Yes, sir. If you'll go to page 40, well, it's the library page 43. There's a position that says library/communications clerk. That's the new position that I'm referring to right now. We put it in library versus communications since we already had the infrastructure in place to have a new position in library versus building that out in a new department. Yes, sir.
In comparison to previous year's budgets, this is something that I'm a little bit uncomfortable with in this format. Postage, okay? I don't need to see the detail on postage, really. I kind of know what postage is. But if I look at software in the amount of $12,000, is that one form of software? Is that a collection of various types of software? Is it Adobe? Is it PowerPoint? Is it Microsoft? Is it licensing for something else? You know,
Primarily Civic Engage. The Civic Engage, the software that holds our website.
Okay.
That's the bulk of the 12,000.
Okay, so this would be the communications department bears the cost of the hosting software for the city. Okay, but is it all of it? Is it part of it? You know, there's some of this. I think it'd be helpful if we could see the detail behind it, like we did in all the budgets previous.
We'll have in a sense, a cheat sheet that identifies each line item.
Okay.
We'll have that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there'll be an object code listing when we do the full budget. I'll make sure to put that in the one that goes online.
And then the 10,000 for community relations, is that a net new expense or is that something that's been transferred from another department? And what does that entail?
That's promotional. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. You're
It's,
fine.
it's promotional material for our events, like T-shirts, type of swag giveaways that promote city events.
Okay. Okay. And heretofore, was that from another budget? Or was it spread among the departments or?
It was spread out. For instance, Barking Apart, our barbecue cook-off, Kid Fish. Each department kind of hosted that event. So now we're combining it together to have one location that'll be easier to track what we're spending on not only just events as a whole, but swag as a whole. So how we're going about promoting our city, our image to that extent. We're just trying to narrow down where the money's actually going.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
That's also not to indicate that, for instance, like the fire department and the police department, they have some of that same ideas that's within just identifying who they are. So I don't want to indicate that the 10 grand is for everything in a sense. It's for our events, not necessarily for like the PD or FD.
For an example, Kid Fish, maybe heretofore it had come out of the parks budget and now it comes out of the communications budget. Okay.
For the swag. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
So non-departmental, what did not make the budget was a citywide camera system. So Councilman Navarez, this is probably what you were thinking about whenever you were going toward or mentioning cameras in parks. It's all in this citywide camera system bundle. Cloud-based storage. You did mention the server room also, Councilman Navarez. This would make that server room, we would depend on it less. Unfortunately, that did not make it into this budget. And also the Stalker PMG signs.
Remind me again what the 10 Stalker PMG 12-inch signs are.
That's your digital sign that's on Dick Cross, the speed limit sign.
Oh, okay. This would be additional ones.
Yes, sir.
In addition to what we have. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Now I've got one out in front of my house. Okay.
They work very well on Bowman Springs. See, I've seen a lot of people hit the brakes when the red and blue start flashing on there.
So on the cloud-based storage, is that just for our digitizing our paperwork? Or is that is that in support of the camera system?
The cloud-based system is in support of us not having all of our IT infrastructure on a server that's on site. So it's separate from our the digital project, scanning documents. It's separate from that altogether.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Oops, sorry. Okay, we're out of the general fund, moving to debt service. So the piece I do want to highlight is I did mention piece for the water sewer fund, the bond on the water sewer fund. So we have the 17.4, the 2.4 is in the right place for debt service. That will not be for water sewer projects. The 15 million piece, we have separate accounts for interest and principal. These two numbers are, well, I'll just highlight the whole thing. These will be paid back to the general fund from the water sewer fund. Currently, our water rate study is underway. We've been speaking with the vendor that you all let me select, Willdan. We're working with them on a 10-year repayment schedule. That's our target. Have the water sewer fund over 10 years, pay the general fund this amount back.
The 850,000 over a 10-year.
821,865 is what it shakes out to based on this budget.
I either missed a page or I'm missing a page. This would be on page, we're talking about 49?
Yes.
Okay, 49. Oh, okay, so this CO that we're contemplating issuing tonight is a 20-year debt instrument, correct?
Yes, sir.
And could you take us through repaying that in 10 years? Or are you talking about we will repay the entire, we will accelerate the payments, or that we are looking at the first 10 years of servicing the debt?
So year one, just for year one, the water sewer fund is paying these two amounts. So the idea would be through the water rate study and other mechanisms, the water sewer fund would pay its piece, would take this over for year two of the bond. The principal and interest will come out of that fund. In addition to the P&I, they would pay back, that fund would also be paying back the general fund for the amount that's paid in year one.
Okay, and that repayment to the general fund for year one is what would be spread over 10 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So it's this.
Okay.
821,865. So the water sewer fund would be making really two annual payments on the same bond, one payment on the bond directly, the other payment coming to the general fund to cover this year one piece.
Okay.
No more questions on that one? Go ahead and move forward. Utility funds?
Just real quick, on some of these older bonds, when would we expect those to fall off our map? Like you have a 2007, 2011. Unless I'm reading this wrong. No, I'm sorry, 2007. How about that one?
If you give me about 15 seconds, I can provide a pretty good answer for you.
I think about 3 months ago, I sent out a debt schedule that had the mature date on all the bonds. If you're okay with it, I can send that to you and send it to everybody again.
And that'll be fine. I just want to publicly remind everybody that some of this debt is coming off.
Well,
pretty soon, if I
the
remember. 2007,
we make our final payment next fiscal year. For example, I believe that was one you referenced. That's the $2.7 million, the 2007 Series A CO. So to answer that directly, yes, we'll make our final payment next fiscal year on that one.
And then just one more word of definition, investment income, what exactly is that?
Investment income consists of three different banks right now, if you want to call it that. We have TexPool, Techstar, and we have a relationship with Frost Brokerage. That's our return from those. And I'll actually touch on that later on in this meeting when I talk about our quarterly investment returns.
All right, thank you.
Okay, stormwater 51.
For these, I'll wait for questions. I'll give about maybe 10 seconds per page and have you guys stop me. I don't want to belabor all this too much, but if you have, I will answer a question. I just don't want to talk for the sake of me talking. My voice doesn't sound that good.
The transfer out to the general fund, what exactly are those?
If we, hold on, I'll write down the page.
That is, that would be item 07570100. Page 81.
51.
51.
Oh, pardon me, 51. I haven't had my cataract surgery yet.
I'll pass the rest of my coffee to you.
So that's a 5% allocation for expenditures on supporting departments to, that's back to the general fund. If you look on the screens or on page 17, I have a breakdown of that.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. In fact, if you want to flag that page, we'll come back to it. Possibly. Yeah, we'll hit that page at least 3 more times, possibly, if you have questions. It's just a good one to keep in mind because we do have several transfers coming back.
Okay, so have we moved to 52?
I'm just going to scroll. You guys stop me when you have a question, or I'll pause right now for a few seconds.
What page are you on?
I am 53,
Okay.
just doing a slow crawl.
Okay, so I'll go ahead. I mean, I know the answer to this, but I want to ask you just so that council, on page 53, under special services, you'll see the $150,000. So remember when we were getting the budgets from each department, the lead pipe Christian was presented to us what legislation was going to ask of us for the lead pipe, what we had to do. And so that's the cost of this, the remediation for the lead pipes. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Mayor, that is correct. I've highlighted it on the screens.
So that 150,000, that's an estimate of, very quickly at a high level, what exactly will that 150,000 be spent? Will it be spent to hire personnel for testing, for replacing lead pipes?
Staff that has the ability to detect lead. We have to go out in the field, we have to identify every service line, every meter. So it's a lot of time, because right now we are looking at least 10,000 services. Basically, it's all neighborhoods. All the new neighborhood between anything after 1985, we kind of say it.
Okay, now you said 10,000 services, but I think we only have about
1,000, because we have
1,000. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. And does the state mandate us to complete this all in this budget year?
We have to have inventory done by October next year.
Okay.
And we haven't started anything yet.
Okay. So in succeeding years, we may see a budget item for replacing the ones that we find. Okay. This is just to inventory.
Correct. We need to have an inventory by October. And in the meantime, if we find it, they are telling us we have to replace it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. This is your elected officials in Austin at work on this one here.
We'll send them a thank you cards or some kind of cards.
That is in the council budget, by the way.
Okay.
All right. Because last budgets were mentioned, I do just want to take a quick moment to point out that I did remove several lines from this particular funds budget for personnel that we no longer have. In prior budget books, there was still salaries and wages and lines for that had zero numbers. So there's not a direct comparison between the two, because I cut out a lot of accounts that we just don't use anymore. They're still on the system. I just didn't put them on this particular display.
And the water line installation at the bottom of page 53, the 7.7 million, that's what we're going to use out of the bond, correct, for the water?
Yes, ma'am. That's based on a percentage schedule on how much we're expecting to spend on year one of the bond. We should be completely spent out by year 3, but it's very heavily loaded on year 1, which is the next fiscal year.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, let's go back to this. The water line installation. Water line?
So the bond that we're going to vote on tonight
Yeah,
for the water,
water line.
infrastructure, the water, the sewer line.
The sewer line, not
Yeah.
not the water line.
Well, it actually has water line.
Yeah.
Water line installation.
Yeah.
There's a sewer line account. I made sure to put it in the budget, but
Yeah.
I'll move that full amount to sewer. line.
Okay, is it perhaps mislabeled that the water line installation is $250,000 and the sewer line installation is 7.7?
Yeah, I need to flip those.
Okay,
I was, that's my mistake.
Perfect.
oh, okay. And then the COA water line connection, City of Arlington water line connection, we have got to, is this an upgrade that we have? The 115,000?
I want to indicate when we get the tanks
Okay.
in,
Okay,
that's going to be the connection
okay.
process.
On the CDBG sewer project, will they be paying us? Was that a grant? Because normally we pay a portion, they pay a portion. It's right above the water installation. At the bottom of page 53, 250,000. Daryl,
And then the sewer line.
this one. The CDBG
Oh,
on 53.
yes, Kirsten. No. On the CDBG,
Community Development Block Grant that we share 50-50 with the county.
do you know which one the 250,000 is going for?
There's the part of it is for what's that project? Can't remember now. I lost my train of thought. But we have a project coming in Shady Oak, Shady Lane.
Shady
Will
Lane?
be fine as part of the CDBG.
Okay,
Because we're hoping that it's going to be meet the qualification to be under the CDBG.
So this is our part. So 250 is our part and then no.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
You're saying the project's going to be Shady Lane, so that's another 12-inch asbestos concrete line that they're going to be
There's a 2-inch
placing.
line out there as well.
Okay,
There's a 12-inch AC line and a 2-inch water line.
right. Okay.
Excellent. Thank you. Hey, page 54. Page 55. $56. I think those are the only pages I had without pink Post-it notes on it. And we're to capital projects, 58. 59.
I do want to stop real quick on 59, just to point out that our budget revenue, the 2.4 million does show up in FY 23 here. That's the CO that we're discussing later.
Where are you at? Okay. I see it.
Are we on 59 still?
We are still on 59.
Can be. I was just cruising.
Okay. And I believe, did I hear you say $2.4 million?
This is the piece of that bond that's not water sewer related.
This is it's not water and sewer related. It is
We're going to be using it for streets.
streets.
Yes.
Okay. This is the street part of the CO.
Yes, sir.
17.4.
Okay.
And both the ambulance, supplies, equipment and the fire and police vehicles, the 500 and the 800,000, correct me if I'm wrong, but are those both grants? Those were from this year. Yeah, because it was on year FY 23.
I think if I remember right.
So FY 24, we'll be receiving an ambulance in December of this coming year, which will be 24. We're receiving a fully funded grant for $580,000 to purchase that ambulance and all the equipment on it. I'm not sure what this 500,000. I'm not sure what you have that in there.
That's from 23.
Yeah, that was 2023.
On my numbers.
Okay, gotcha. I understand. It's okay. Thank you. We'll concentrate on this year. Okay. 60. Park dedication fund.
I'm sorry, let me go back real quick, back to the ambulance. Chief Brown, you're indicating we will receive that ambulance this December
This coming,
or 24?
this coming December, which is in the 24 budget.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so we will need to put that in here. Or are you going to put it under the grants?
I
Is that
believe
where it's
that's in
at?
the grant.
It's in the
Yeah.
grant.
It is, okay. I just want to make sure it's there.
You think this might be a good time for just a short break?
Parks is a great time for
Okay.
short breaks.
Thank you. How about-
Absolutely.
Thank you.
5 minutes. If I can get you back to the dais, no? Everybody's leaving.
No, they're leaving.
Wow, what happened? Is there a meeting somewhere I didn't know about?
Grabbing food.
Oh, okay, is that what, oh, snacks, the snack room. The snack room's being hit. That's what I hear is a snack room, snack room run. Yeah, perfect. Okay, everybody's back? We've had some discussion at the dais, so for next year, just for those watching, I just want to apologize in advance that this is, the budget is long. I know it's 8:30 and we're still in work session, so I apologize to everyone in advance that's hanging in there because you still have conversations on the agenda later. But next year, we will do this a separate work session. And so then we won't have to do this again like this. So you can just know that for next year, we'll have a separate work session. All right, carry on. What are we on? We're on Park Dedication Fund, page number 60. Nice and healthy. We're going to use some of it for some park purchases, hopefully later this evening. But it looks like even with what we're going to be looking at, there still will be about half left. Okay. No questions there. We'll go on to.
I got one question on that.
Okay.
What are the building improvements for parks? Is that the playground equipment or?
Splash pad is what I had written down.
Okay, that's, yeah, splash pad.
Mr. Michaels, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your question.
The
45,000, the building improvement,
building improvements for the park dedication.
page 60.
That is correct. It's the splash pad was the major cost associated with that. It was also for the
Okay. I don't consider that a building, but
Yeah.
So is the 45,000 in 23 fiscal year 23, and are we making like two payments for the splash pad?
No, sir.
That's an estimate, Councilman Horton. That's an estimate based on a handful of needs for 24. I don't have like a set project. That's just an estimate based on historical needs for Parker.
So it's not necessarily specific to the splash pad then?
The splash pad is
Pick up
an
last year.
FY23 expense.
Okay.
Mhm.
That makes
The rest
sense.
of the bill hadn't came in. That's the reason why you're not seeing the actuals yet. We also have a shade that will be coming in as well, part of that. So there's still some expenditures coming.
So we budgeted 150. So far, we've spent 45 and the 150 was splash pad, the cover, miscellaneous things. Yeah, gotcha. And so far we've spent 45. But it's everything, the bills haven't come in, but we're budgeting for 45 for miscellaneous possibilities at the park.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we anticipate having the splash pad ready for New Year's Eve?
Yes, sir.
I hope you're going to be
The
there.
height will only be 85 then, so we should be able to use it.
Wow, very good. Okay, so we're moving to 61. And we should be able to just move to 62. roadway impact fund. It can be used for specific roads down the road. Okay, 64.
One thing I want to point out, just for clarification, since it is new, is we do have a transfer out to the debt service fund that's related to our new bond.
And that's on page 64, the TERS under the transfer out debt service.
Yes, I have it highlighted on the screens. The
Perfect.
account is 5702.
Okay, 5702. Okay, so this is the transfer out of debt service related to New Hope Road.
It's related to the $17.4 million CO.
Okay. So that is appropriated or intended to be used on
The street portion
of,
of the bond, the 2.4 of the streets.
okay. Okay.
Sorry, the page number eludes me, but it was in that.
So remind me again what we need to do to New Hope Road. I mean, the bridge is in, the northernmost part of it has been reconstructed. And then is this a matching part of the county funds that we're going to go to reconstruct the south part of New Hope Road? Is this our part of it?
Actually, I think this is the part where Friesen Nichols here for, you guys approved the 150,000 in debt for the study.
Yes.
The impact of it. Is that current? Is that right? Or
Sir,
engineering? Okay.
yeah, that's engineering services.
Okay.
Okay, gotcha.
So he's on the debt service, the 228, 229,
Yeah.
the TERS will
I
pay.
got you.
Okay, this 228, 229 covers the engineering cost that we had to take on New Hope Road because of the water line that we couldn't find.
That's correct.
And we're going to pay for that out of the CO in next year's budget. We haven't paid it yet.
Probably my best answer. Let me get back with you. Let me make sure I clarify exactly
Okay.
which one it's going to.
All right.
There's still 3 projects that's going on, and let me clarify for
Okay.
sure.
Okay.
Could you go ahead and run this down for me? This page where we're on 65?
The
What am I-
TERS 64?
65, I'm sorry. He will move this
65?
65. Been quiet.
Yep.
Could you just give a quick summary of what I'm looking at?
Well, we spent quite a few minutes speaking about short-term rentals earlier. The ones that are registered and doing everything right pay us a tax quarterly, come straight to the city. In fact, they knock on my door and hand me a check. That's the occupancy tax portion. The special event revenue for this year, these were donations related to our barbecue. Investment income is just the piece of the investment income, the piece of the pie that we were talking about earlier. This recreation piece is the barbecue. This is a fairly limited fund. We just can't spend these dollars on anything, but part of what we can is recreation on events that are designed to bring people in our city to stay overnight. With the barbecue, there were overnight stays that were associated with that. I mean, people have to cook all night. So just by nature of the event, people stay overnight. So we were able to utilize funds for that event, and we're looking to do the same in FY24.
Thank you.
And page 66. $67. 68. Okay, 69. Wow, other funds. 70.
Oh, sorry.
71.
A quick question about 70 here. The lease of the senior center and previous years it generated some significant income. And then in the 2024 budget, there's none projected. Did we change our policy on?
This isn't revenue. This is related to the van that the senior center leases from Enterprise Rental Car.
Oh,
And we are shifting that. That one's on its way out. It won't be
Okay.
around for FY 24.
okay.
We're actually on a month-to-month lease right now, so we can send that away whenever we want.
Okay, this is the lease. Okay, is the van is not going to be replaced? Is that the intent?
The intent is for it to go away and not to come back.
That's correct.
Okay.
To expand on that some, not to just be crass, is that we do have an agreement with Meals on Wheels. They've come in and they've really stepped in and helped the programming in our senior center. And part of that, there's a transportation element with that. So it's not that we're cutting a program and it's not that we're reducing services to our seniors. It's just being provided through a different means.
And we also pay a fund to Tarrant County Transportation as well. That same type of transportation.
Because I know formerly in the past, they often use that bus for a senior trip, trip for seniors. So they have an alternate mechanism to travel now besides that bus. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. And that is through the county?
Well, it's through Meals on Wheels, and we have Tarrant County Transportation to provide that same service as well.
Okay.
There's a cost associated with the Tarrant County, but the city is paying that
Okay.
already. So the service is here, not only for our seniors, but it can be for anybody in our city.
Okay.
So,
All right. Yeah, I think they used it during the trash pickup a few months back. Yeah.
they
Okay.
did.
Yeah, I actually wrote on it. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was used more for miscellaneous than actually for the seniors. 73. 73, 74. Our Fund 17. Which is a street improvement fund. So 17 is streets.
So this reflects the cost of public works. And, okay, that's what we're looking at. All right.
Yes, sir. Page 70, page 73 is a summary of the overall fund. There's some revenue piece that's on the top of page 73. To see the details of the departments of Public Works, it's actually on the next page in 74 under program 2, street maintenance.
Right.
That's the salaries and the personnel costs are in this piece.
Okay.
And underneath the park maintenance, we were going to consider moving the town center plaza, the 12,000 to the EDC.
We certainly can.
We can.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I just want to say thank you for separating these parks out like you have. I know it's been an issue in the past to get these numbers, like pulling teeth from the city. So I do appreciate the city actually putting these numbers to paper.
Okay, 75. 76. So this is the grant page. So this is a new fund.
Yes, and you can see what was spoken of earlier from Chief Brown. As far as there's an anticipation of grants for fire department coming in at 655,000. That'll immediately, and that's their purpose grants. So we don't get to include the revenue until we spend the money. So that's why the fund balance is at zero. It's the nature of most of the grants that we obtain. Unfortunately, these days, well, especially with federal grants, you might be able to put in the paper that you got $1 million grant, but you have to spend $1 million to get it. They don't cut you $1 million check and send it to you anymore.
Page 7. Go ahead.
So no, I was just saying that's something the federal government does smart. I know we bag on elected officials above us quite a bit, but I do like that maneuver.
77. 78. And we'll go to the EDC funds. I think I skipped a page.
Okay, back on 78. Okay, this is revenue that comes in from developers, if I recall correctly, right?
Tree restoration,
Tree restoration.
reforestation.
Yeah. What do we spend that money on? We don't spend it on reforestation of trees.
We can replace trees. For instance, if you go down Little or Sublet, we have trees that are within that median.
Okay.
That we can take out and we can replace, with a new tree. And that's
Okay.
where the funding will come.
Okay, that's the reforestation is to replace those trees in the median if they die or whatever.
Yeah, and it could be in parks, it could be a city property, it could be anywhere within our control.
Okay.
All right, EDC funds, we're going to go to page 81. We're almost finished. 82 is the last page. Woo. Okay, 81, EDC.
What is landscaping CAM? That's line 5595.
Did our contract with Craig Hughes on the town center.
And the $85,000 for the fountain, that's to,
That's to remodel, rebuild the town center, veterans fountain.
okay,
I was able to receive 3 bids finally.
okay.
And roughly we had one that was around 50,000, 85,000, the other one was 110,000.
And the intent is to replace the fountain with something else, right?
To replace it with another fountain
Okay.
that doesn't leak and it's not like a river going.
One that works, okay, okay. And then other equipment.
That is a lawnmower. to
I
handle
remember
park
that.
maintenance.
Now I remember that. Okay, that's okay, good, good.
I don't know if that's the one with air conditioning or not, but I do know it's a nice mower.
Yeah, yeah, I remember that one from the budget workshop. Okay.
Is the upgrade to the Veterans Memorial covered and is that part of the fountain?
Currently it's not. So the idea is that we update the fountain and get it where it needs to be. And then the idea is get our veterans involved to remodel where the plaques set. So we've had a lot of input where they don't necessarily like the way it's set up. So we was looking at more as getting the veterans involved and maybe even going through donations to make that happen and make it look what they want it to represent. Some of the wording that's on it is reversed. So there's a lot of the plaques that are there that need to be redone.
It's also been discussed, if I can expand on this a little, it's been discussed that instead of having blocks like there are now, that there would be in a display that names could be etched in directly. There are some memorials in the area that have that. So there's multiple things that Daryl's looking at as far as the display and will it be a seating area or not? But the idea is to just have it be an upgrade from what it is now.
Currently, if you want to put your a relative or whoever in the memorial, it's $100 per paver. I'd rather get away from that. I'd rather be able to represent our veterans and not have a cost associated with it. And I think if we can go through a donation process and we have the funding available for any veteran, not just us for say, any veteran.
Okay, on the tax bond interest, tax bond principal from the 2007 CO, will that roll off in a couple of years also? I know you mentioned that the other 2007 notes would go away in 2 years, but these were probably 20-year notes, correct? That's line
2027 is what I'm hearing.
2027. Okay. Why would the other ones roll off earlier? The 2007 tax notes, a few pages back. Or was there some sort of accelerated payment on those or? Okay. Okay, they were issued in 2007 to refund bonds that were issued earlier, so that hence they roll off. Okay, outside the 20 years. Okay, thank you. Makes sense.
Daryl, I guess I have some concerns about the fountain for obvious reasons. We've been promised that thing 3 other times in the last decade to be fixed. And we spent probably half as much as you're going to spend on this new one. What assurances we're going to get it to work this time, I guess, is my question. I know Kenneth is raising the hand in agreement with me.
The difference is basically this time the fountain we built more to the standard of a pool. So it'll be made out of gunite, not necessarily blocks of marble. So the hope is that we take that element out and not have to worry about it. So currently it's leaking from the base and we've repaired it, like you said, for many, many years. So the idea, if we are able to come in and gun on it and it would be one piece, that we would be able to have a foundation that is not shifting and not leak. It's still going to look the same as far as with the Eagle. Obviously, the interior of it, we can make it blue or whatever color, green. So that concept is hopefully will correct any of the leakage that we're experiencing.
Are you going to take an insurance policy out on it?
Well, we'll have a 1-year warranty.
I'll take a warranty. I'll take a warranty any day. Thank you.
And this, I know we're getting late in the night and we probably should take this offline, but that begs the question, would there be something very suitable and very appropriate that was lower maintenance than a fountain? Statue, bust, a granite monument?
And if you want to explore other options, we can definitely do that.
I have an idea. I've been threatening for years to change that to a planter instead of repairing it.
If you guys want to go that direction, obviously, that's what we can do.
Well, as long as you got a 1-year warranty with this one, I'll give it another go. But after that, it's just been a nightmare for as long as I can remember.
Absolutely.
Okay, we good?
But one last, Ken's looking at me. Ken is our subject matter expert on things in that park. What's your take on exploring something besides a fountain?
Really, I never thought about it. I mean, in the past, we've always talked about just turning it into a big giant planter. But this thing leaks so bad that any water that goes in there is going to leak out the side as mud as we watered or whatever like that. So to me, the fountain is unique because a lot of cities don't have fountains. And this is, to me, is saying to our veterans that, hey, look what we have. And once we get everything redone and done right, it would be just like a swimming pool. We would have a filtration system. We'll be able to shock it through the pump, and we won't have to really worry about cleaning it because it basically self-clean itself. The one we have now, first of all, it leaks everywhere now. So there's no reason to put water in it. But in the past, every 2 weeks, we had to come in and shock it, scrub the sides, clean it, and then take all the water out, refill it. And it was just the process was too long because it was anytime you have chlorinated water and it's getting exposed by the sun, that's where the algae will actually develop. So this right here is it's going to keep the water circulating. There's talk about having actually water features instead of just trickling fountains on it. So we can actually have water jetting up. We can do lights, whatever. So, I mean, I think this would be the best way to go to honor our veterans. But that's my opinion.
If I can just say something real quick, that the city has a unique opportunity with the monument and that there's a 9/11 monument right next to it. I know Councilman Griffith and I, like our generation of veterans, those two concepts are very tightly linked. It's just one thing that Kennedale has that's very unique. And the fact that you can actually see the 9/11 from the Veterans Memorial and vice versa.
Yeah, agree. All right, y'all ready to move forward? Okay, so we are finished with the budget. Woo! Give yourselves a hand. Very good. We're going to move to, we're still in work session. We're going to move to work session item number 4. Do we want to move any of this around so that our bond people and Freeze and Nichols don't have to wait any longer? Do we want to move for?
If we can go ahead and do 4.
Okay.
We do have Freeze and Nichols here that can help us out.
Okay.
And
Oh, that's right.
also,
Okay.
Andrew is here as well. That's going to maybe have a little bit of input
Okay.
for that one. But if you don't mind, if we can start with
perfect.
Freeze and Nichols, dealing with the Little School Road extension.
All right, we'll move to 4, discussion of the proposed $22 million bond for the general election on November 7th. What we're discussing are 3 separate items for streets, parks, public safety. And the discussion is around specifically what streets is Little Road, and Freeze and Nichols is going to present a study. And then the other ones is also to be thinking of the 3, are they going to be GO, CO, or possibly postpone them to a future date? So we'll start with Freeze and Nichols with the Little Road study. And thank you again for your patience.
Okay, I guess you had to touch it. Okay, cool. Oh, there you go. Well, hi, I'm Sidney Green with Freeze and Nichols. Going to talk a little about the Little School Road alignment study. So I think last time we talked, the city basically wanted to kind of condense the alignments to about 3 different alternatives. Sent over to the city, those 3 alternatives. We have a board in the back that kind of shows those 2, but I'll kind of talk about them. I'll take a, oh, sure, that works. Yeah, so I guess a little bit of background. So we're basically doing an alignment study for Little School Road going from Kenner Parkway all the way to Dick Price Road. The project was submitted to Tarrant County Bond for the project for pretty much the first phase, basically from New Hope Road over to Kenner Parkway. But we're doing an alignment study for the whole way. So the 3 alignments there, most of the variability is kind of on the east side of New Hope Road, where we've previously shown alignments, the green alignments and the orange alignment. The orange alignment is most closely relates to what the Kennedale master plan showed. And then the green alignment is kind of in between the blue and the orange in the sense of kind of more direct route to get to Dick Price Road. One key thing about the orange alignment or the green alignment is that it runs through Linda Road. One of the benefits going through Linda Road is kind of there's an existing road there. And so you're not having to do a lot of regrading and not a lot of topography change to that area. One thing to consider is that if you do go through that route, you would have to impact several existing properties there. One way to mitigate that though is if we essentially narrowed the footprint through that section, maybe instead of continuing that 4-lane divided section, doing a narrow section, 2 lanes, just to connect that through without impacting all those properties through there. One new alignment we've kind of started to investigate more is that blue alignment. I guess a couple benefits to that route. As you can see, it's a little curvier than the other two. That's kind of incorporate, well, there's kind of 2 benefits associated with that. One is we're able to kind of cross that floodplain zone that you see in that map at a narrower section. The idea behind that is to kind of mitigate some of the environmental impacts related to that. The second thing is more of kind of we talked about earlier tonight actually is concerns with speed. If you have more curves in the road, it kind of creates more of a natural speed reduction effect. And so that's kind of one thing to consider with that alignment on top of the environmental impacts being mitigated. Another thing for that alignment as well, kind of more on the east side of New Hope Road is where it lines up behind the properties of Linda Road. And kind of going that route, you kind of essentially affecting fewer parcels. The small difference between the orange alignment and the blue alignment there is that the orange alignment is a little bit further south. And so is allowing for additional 200 feet between behind those properties of Linda Road to where that Little School Road alignment might be. Potentially could be some additional development area behind that in that area. Just another element to consider. And so that's kind of the general explanation behind those different alignments. And I guess I'm not sure, I'm not expecting us to really come to a decision on which preferred alignment, more of just getting the open dialogue of, I like this about this alignment, and don't like this about this alignment, and maybe we can refine this a little bit more to kind of iron out which one is the best alternative.
I don't like the disruptions to the people on Linda Road.
I agree. Those people built their homes close to the road, this little sleepy little dead end country road. And I would not feel right about putting a 4-lane road through their front yard. And we're going to be faced with buying out quite a few homes. I think the alternative route, the orangish looking one, might have the least impact on current homes. But I would caution us against expanding Linda Road and disrupting the lives of the people.
Mayor, I will be able to email this to you as well.
And I think the other thing that we probably need to be cognizant of is where it will enter vis-a-vis the old drag strip. I mean, I'm a little bit far from it, but I think I could see part of the drag strip and then the shutdown lane. The part of the property that we go across with that, how it impacts that piece of property owners, existing homes, floodplain, et cetera, et cetera.
Councilman Michaels, do you want?
I think I kind of agree with Rocky and, Mr. Gilly and Mr. Horton about sending it down Linda Road. I mean, they've already had problems with trucks and stuff like that, and that's just going to open a gate for them Even though if we put signs up, the trucks are still going to go down there. Even if we reduce it from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, they're still going to go down there. I like the point with the purple line. But if there's any way we can take that purple and combine it with the orange and then still have a way to slow people down so they're not speeding through there. I just see the orange one as, once they hit that bridge, they're going to just be lead foot. And I mean, we need to figure out a way to slow these people down because it's obviously a problem everywhere in Kennedale. And I just think I'd like to see something with the purple and the orange combined.
Councilman Navarez.
Could you better define what orange is for me?
Sure. Sorry, a little close. Yeah, it's kind of most closely related to what the master plan showed, right? But it does try to mitigate the crossing of the floodplain on the east side of New Hope Road. And then, yeah, as far as the second floodplain on the west side of New Hope Road, the floodplain is relatively consistent throughout that. So it's just more direct path. Other case on that too is because that is coming from so far south. It's if you were to kind of do some additional bends on the west side, you'll kind of lengthen up the project and it could drop up some more cost. One thing I also want to mention too, I know we're kind of getting away from Linda Road, but based on our initial GIS and the topography of that area west of New Hope Road, it's kind of a mound through there. And so it could be another additional cost associated with maybe some retaining walls or some additional grading to get that grade down to the proposed road elevation. But
so potentially orange would be more expensive than purple? Is that what you're trying to say?
Correct.
And then if we didn't connect to Linda Road, then where would the road go, I guess?
So there's no existing road there now. So it's just kind of an arbitrary offset to below Linda, correct? So
we'll extend it to Dick Price.
It'll still get to Dick Price, correct? But the connection, it wouldn't be at the Linda intersection. It'd be some new connection to Dick Price south of Linda.
Madam Mayor, I'm kind of with Mr. Michaels with this. I like to see the fact that you have curvy roads is fact. It will slow people down. So I do like that aspect. And as long as it connects to Dick Price, I really don't have a problem with how we get there, just as long as we get there. Thank you.
And as I understand it, phase one of the bond issue we're considering tonight, it only encompasses the extension of Little School Road, the railroad bridge, only to New Hope.
That's correct.
And my grandchildren, if they ever decide to run for office, will be up here talking about the extension to Dick Price, most likely.
It's very true. Yeah, that's what I was going to remind everyone is really you want to look to where we're going, but also see beyond to the next step. But phase one, what we're going to be talking about tonight is just to New Hope.
Yeah, and I understand that. I just want to make sure that the plan is always to expand that area and connect to Dick Price to give that kind of thorough way on that side of town for no matter what happens when Rocky and I fall off the face of the planet one day.
Councilman Griffiths, you have input?
One question I have is, was there consideration to existing utility lines and the impact a building the road is going to have?
Oh, absolutely. So we just have level D SUs, a pretty high level based on records alone, but there are a series of gas lines, two right off the railroad track, which we'll be able to bridge over. But that's kind of one of the main concerns with connection to Linda as well, is there's a lot of utilities there now. It could be a case of if there was I'm not trying to push for Linda, I'm just saying that if there was an intention to replace utilities through Linda, that would be kind of a good avenue to do it on if you're already going to rebuild the road to do that new connection, go through that connection with this alignment. It would just be kind of twofold of replacing utilities on top of the reconstruction of the road there. But that's definitely a concern. If you were to connect to Linda, there would be some utility impacts for sure.
Isn't the orange, that's the one that goes through the old drag strip property. So isn't that along those power lines on the back end?
Yes, I believe so.
So we wouldn't have to, because those are the big ones. We wouldn't have to move them or anything. We'll have access to that.
So you're talking about the transmission, the overhead transmission lines. So I know there's definitely the line that goes right along Canada Parkway. That's definitely a concern as well. If we're meeting the vertical clearances under those lines. And then it'd be the similar case along Dick Price as well. Make sure we have that vertical clearance.
I have a quick question on the west side of the drag strip. That's county, right? That's not Kennedale?
Correct.
Yeah.
So once you get, so basically the drag strip on the west side is the dividing line?
Yeah,
And then
you have
you-
that little donut that will be the county, but even if you're on the orange, you're still within the city limits of Kennedy.
So once you get on the other side of the flood zone,
Yes.
that's Kennedale? Because I thought that was county.
Well, you have that little donut,
Uh-huh,
that's county.
right.
But other than that, you're still within the city limits all the way to Dick Price.
Okay, so the orange is the city of Kennedale all the way
Yes.
through. Okay,
So the next street you'll come through, if you're on Dick Price, if you go down the green circle, that's actually the city limit there.
okay.
So, and I'm just guessing, but we're probably on the orange, you're still probably 2,000 feet away from there.
Okay,
So ultimately, the orange is going to go right next to that first gravel pit is what you're looking at.
okay.
Personally, on my side, I like the purple one. It gets away from Linda Road. I believe there's a transition zone there that would be acceptable. And it's less impact on any of the residentials. If there's more residential impact, it may be in that donut that in Tarrant County. And obviously, as you look at it, there's going to be roughly 2 residents off of New Hope that would have. So I think that would be at the minimum level of impact to any residential area. The orange, I think, is probably the less impactful because just the location of it. But it's going to be the same areas of impact.
And the orange, I think the orange track would make it more likely to line, I believe, with Wilson.
Yes, that's correct.
And that might future use, that may be city of Fort Worth, that may be county, and they might want to participate in extending that
correct.
to 35. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I want to say it may be the purple that may be a little bit more in line, or it could be the orange, but they're both coming in there at that same level. I think Wilson is actually going to be a little bit further south because one of the gravel pits is in front of it. So I think this road's going to be a little bit further north than there.
Okay, so it sounds like we are orange purple. Yeah, definitely not Linda Road. That's what I'm hearing.
And I'll play a little devil's advocate. There's some benefit to doing Linda's Road because we can renew that whole road and it makes sense to connect. But I do understand and share the concerns of Mr. Gilly as well with it. But I don't necessarily discount it either because theoretically, 30 years from now, that could be a completely different area and then we might need that extension in that road. And then that would be a phase 2 scenario. So I was just playing devil's advocate. I still share the council's concerns with it. Obviously, our neighbors out there would be concerned with it, but I think some of them probably would want a newer road that's in front of their house as well, just not necessarily going through their living room, as Mr. Gilly's concerned about.
Yeah, I think they definitely would want a newer road, just not that one.
And I think, in the 30 years, 20 years in the future, the engineering is going to have to be redone. Things could change and things could be adjusted for, at that point in time. 30 years from now, we may not even be driving automobiles. I mean, I don't know.
Well, you make a good point because if you go with purple, basically we're going to New Hope and then, again, we're probably looking at 10 to 12 years until we get to New Hope from Little. So at that point, then you'll have a clear idea which way you want to go, orange or purple, right?
That decision
Yeah.
ultimately need to be made now,
Yeah, I
just
see.
for future easements per se.
yeah.
And that was the whole purpose of going all the way to Dick Price with it.
So if we pick green, though, we're not going to go out and try to buy these easements or try to take properties now. This is just potentially in the future. This would be.
That's correct. The idea is one is to go to New Hope Road. That our concern is that the prediction is of what we asked Freeze and Nichols and what they recommended is that we go ahead and extend it all the way to Dick Price for future growth. So we know where it's at. Ultimately, our concern is to New Hope, but we don't want to go in and to give you an example for Dave McMillan. If he's wanting to come in and develop that land, he needs to know where the
Yeah.
road's going.
Oh, I'm sure he's been asking about
A
it too.
developer's going to want to know, hey, what piece of this land am I going to have to give to the city of Kennedale?
So
And ultimately, that's what we're asking.
So shouldn't we take in consideration our planning committee and what their final results will be so we can make this decision a little bit more better? Because if we know that where our master plan is going to be for that area, whatever type of zoning that we wish we want there for 10 years from now, wouldn't that affect the way that we're going to choose purple, green, or orange today?
Not
I don't
necessarily.
think so.
Whatever the zoning ends up being in that area, what we're projecting at this point, one, is it cost effective? Which one of these three routes is going to be the most effective route to go? For instance, like he was indicating, the orange is going to be more costly because of elevation levels. That's what he's showing us. On the purple, the cost is going to be a little bit less. Then he's indicating the green is the most favorable because most of it's already there. So it's going to be cost effective to go that route. Obviously, I don't believe anyone's wanting to go down Little Road. I think the expense of just getting the easements and the difference in it, I think it's easier for me to indicate the purple because we're going behind and we have some type of buffer for say that's not affecting Linda anymore. And honestly, to a certain extent, when we get to Dick Price, whenever that may be, we have created another commercial retail corner that could be very beneficial whenever that may happen.
Well, I think just from looking at it, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm Dave McMillan, the purple would be the best for him. So,
And if you've spoken to him, that's kind of where he was thinking it would be line,
Okay.
is that back end of that property, which is why I was asking you about the overhead electrical wires.
Sure.
I know the one thing, you guys did a great job and you made it really tough for us, this in the decision, so I appreciate that.
Sure, yeah.
so do I have a show of hands for, we'll just start with the easy one, green. How about a show of hands for purple? How about a show of hands for orange?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Is there a way to combine those two?
We can. Is that more of try to hold?
Once it comes over the flood zone right there by the racetrack.
Yeah.
Where it goes into that county section,
yeah,
have it convert over to the orange. Because if we do the purple, you're looking at 200 foot, then you're going to have another intersection from Linda Road to the purple one. So I think that's going to, especially with the trucks running up and down the road. So if we do the orange one, that's going to give us a block basically.
Right.
So that to me would be a lot safer for anybody that lives on Dick Price and Linda Road.
Well,
okay, so you're saying where it goes across the flood zone is to connect the purple and orange there? Yeah,
Right there
Right
at
there,
the
yeah.
alley trail where the
yeah,
the county section is.
yeah. So we go purple all the way across the drag strip, and then once you get across the drag strip, you move the purple down to the orange?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
it is a flip.
all right.
How much of so we're talking about different costs associated with each option. So how much is included in the $22 million bond? And does it cover the most expensive option?
It's about in the middle. I think one thing that cost didn't account for, like I was saying, there's kind of a mound on that west end right before Dick Price. And so there could be potentially some retaining walls that might drive some of that cost, but we're talking maybe a few $100,000. So it's not, a big swing in either direction, but between purple and orange, it's pretty much the same on those costs. I think the only big savings would have been Linda because there's existing road, but.
And I've probably spent the least amount of time in that area than anybody here, so forgive me for not already knowing, but the purple and orange lines, there's going to be a greater impact to landowners and homeowners. Is that correct? There's more properties in the way of traversing that side post track.
My understanding is it's the opposite. So green has the most impacts because of all the properties along Linda. Between purple and orange, you're probably going to see slightly more on purple because of where it comes down at. There's a few properties right off of essentially the racetrack area. And then orange has the fewest because it's more of a straight shot. You're just kind of affecting some of the big properties through there.
Impact. The rest of it's going right beside a gravel pit. That makes sense. Yeah. But then,
I just want to say that.
yeah, that's the, right. Yeah, the impact is on. Yeah.
All right, so who's in favor of are we calling that blue or purple?
You call it a hybrid?
Are we in favor? So how many are in favor of the blue over the flood zone and then connecting then at that point with orange? Is that what we're saying? Okay, well, no, it's just direction. So what would you like to see?
I agree with Mr. Michaels that I'm fine with a purple orange or blue orange, whatever you,
Okay,
make sure the colors are clear next time, sir.
blue, orange.
I like the idea of combining those two options.
Ken? Now we're to just first names.
Can I change my mind? No. I think I like that with the purple going into the orange right there at the just past the racetrack at
Or the flood
county.
zones.
Ditto.
Ditto.
We'll call that the hybrid.
The hybrid.
That's the
Okay.
hybrid.
The
Yeah.
hybrid is the direction.
Yeah,
There we go.
I agree with that too. And I think the advantage, you combine the advantages of crossing the floodplain with future development of the larger properties for commercial, industrial, et cetera, by taking the more southerly route of the pink. It looks pink to me, the pink line.
Purple, pink, blue, orange.
I
Okay.
got one more to add. Doing it with either the orange or the purple right there where Valley Trail is, eventually, I mean, that will be an intersection. So the people living on Katie, Gail, Linda will have another access, and then the fire department would have an access too.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, so that decision was made.
Yeah.
Thank you all. That was a very good exercise. I like that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Next steps. So now that we have the route, we'll move to the conversation of GOCO or postpone. We'll just start with the Little Road project. So let me just back up. So we're looking at discussion of proposed 22 million. The breakdown of that 22 million of the three different categories, streets, parks, public safety. Do we have a specific, is it like 13, 4, and 5 or?
Currently, the Lisco Road project is estimated 11 million
Okay,
for this bond.
and the parks,
The parks has been set for 4 million. However, there is some adjustments that we will need to look at for the public safety remodels. We had some projections that came in, that was a little bit higher than what we anticipated the last go around. So we're looking closer to 5.5 million for that.
So if we're only at 11 and 4, the leftover would be 7, right? For 22 million?
Yeah, so just say 6 million for the public safety.
Okay,
So you're roughly looking another 3 million, up to 22 million
okay,
is our max.
Okay.
For, no, let me rephrase that. We are at 20 million, correct? Yeah,
okay,
yes,
okay.
okay.
So like 11 and so we're maybe 11, 3 and 6? Or 10?
Yes.
Okay,
11, 3 and 6.
okay, 11, 3 and 6. Okay, so 11 million streets, which is Little Road, which we just looked at.
Correct.
And that is the other part of the Tarrant County, 7 million for from Little Road to New Hope.
That's correct.
And we also are in hopes of getting some additional grants on that, but that's just work, you know, going to the railroad and possibly getting some additional funding from precinct 2, hopefully. So we've got 11 on streets, 3 on parks and 6 on public safety. So the conversation is, of these 3, which ones do you feel like is a need versus a want? The need being a CO, the want being a GO going to the public? And which ones, if any of these, would you like to consider postponing potentially for future? Not necessarily canceling the conversation, but just postponing it maybe for next year. And I will open this up to whoever would like to go first.
So my understanding is we can go up to 22 million without increasing our tax rate, correct?
I think you said 20, was that
20, it was 20.
Colonel is 20.
20? So it's 11, 3 and 6 is, yeah. So how do y'all want to do this? Do you want to just break it down individually and just say Little Road? How many of you would like to see that as a GO, a CO, or postpone? Well, we can't postpone that one.
I think that's a want to, and I would not be in favor of putting the tax burden on people to fund that $11 million for 20 years on a want to. If they want to support it and vote for it, that's their right. Because we're looking, I mean, the debt load on 11 million at 4% interest is $800,000 a year. 800, okay. That's a tremendous amount of money to drop on top of the 1 billion, 1.1 billion we're about to do in this budget. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of debt. That's a lot of money out of people's pockets that they have no say in. So for the 11 million, to me, it's a want to, and it should be a GO.
Currently, the funding that you're looking at for that is included. So once after this budget, that 800,000 will drop off. Well, let me have Mr. Freeman.
We talk about our different debt that's already outstanding. It's going away. A piece of it going away just after this next year. This time next year, you're looking at your budget, adopting your tax rate. If you issue no other debt, don't call a bond election, no CO the next year, you'll see your tax rate decline. So the concept of your $20 million of capacity isn't a number that brings up out of thin air. It's the amount of debt that you can support next year, amortized over 20 years, while keeping the total tax rate the same, assuming the tax rate.
Right, but let's not conflate tax rate with tax bill.
Correct.
There-
Tax bill could otherwise go down.
Your tax bill otherwise would go down, correct?
So Madam Mayor, I would normally agree with Mr. Gilly on this, but because there's some money that's being funded to this, to the county, my biggest concern is we put it to vote and it gets denied and we lose that funding. Now, my understanding since the beginning, since we started getting money from the county a long time ago, is the minute that we say no to some of this money is a minute that will get skipped in the rotation. So my concern is if we say no to the county, that they'll just take, well, obviously they put it back in the pool, but the next time there's money to coming up, they might not want to deal with us because they gave us the money and then we didn't use it. And that's been one of the things I've been told since the very beginning. So on the other hand, on that as well, I believe anybody who was here just a couple of months ago with the train would probably agree that they would want a bridge going over. I mean, still get complaints as of this week about train and access and some of the concerns with school starting and the train blocking. So if we can give that kind of avenue to those and relief on the south side, especially with future potential development, I think that we should CO this and make sure that it is done. I think it changes from a want to a need at this point if we're going to develop the south side.
Okay, Councilman Griffith.
I would agree. I think that we need to put some consideration into the impact of public safety because I know when that train comes through that we have stoppages where we can't access that area. And so from that perspective, I see this as a safety concern and something that we need. And then I also agree with the affordability. If we decide in the future to do this, we lose some of that funding and then the cost analysis with future costs compared to current costs, where there's going to be an increase there as well.
Councilman Michaels.
So we're just talking about the street part, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
GOCO.
I like to go CO with it due to the fact in 2021, when this funding was available by the council or from the county, that this council sat down and made a decision on which direction they wanted to go. And this right here is showing them that, you know, we're still going to stick and go that direction. I think it's a need and not a want. And I know it's hard for me to even sit there and think about it, but when you look at the citizens that live on the other side of the tracks, that this past 6-7 months has been a nightmare for them. And eventually, one of these days, it's going to happen to where the fire department and the police department's responding to a call and they're going to get stuck by a train and somebody's going to die. So I think to get the burden off of us, that we should just go with this and build this road. And I mean, it's tough. I mean, I agree with Mr. Gilly too, but I just think that's the best direction to go is to CO it.
Councilman Horton.
I think at best case, you know, this is going to be something that maybe 20% of the citizens use regularly. 80% of our citizens won't be impacted. Additionally, I think, you know, I would go that it's a want, and I think the people need to decide. $11 million is quite a lot, especially when you consider that inflation is off the charts, that, you know, all of the other things that they're being hit with right now, not to mention that, you know, with the bond that just passed at the ISD, that's going to impact them as well. And certainly want to be mindful of people's hard-earned money. So I would say let's let the people decide.
Okay.
I think it's unconscionable to put that sort of debt on people with them having no say in it. It's, to me, I understand access to that part of the city. If the people that live there, if they want to pay the freight, they'll show up and vote for it. If it did by chance fail, there are other alternatives. Less expensive railroad bridges that could probably be installed at Dick Price, maybe at New Hope, or maybe even at Averett, that we would be able to get some funding from the railroad. That could be a plan B. We're teetering on the edge of taxing our people out of their homes. Even without this 11 million, without the 3 million, and without the 6 million. And I just can't see taking that amount of money from people with them not having the right to make that decision if they want to go into debt for it or not. I'm a small government conservative. I believe it. I don't just say it. I don't just go around and tell everybody, oh, yeah, I believe in efficient, lower cost government. I believe that most money needs to be remained in the hands of the people that earned it. And if you're going to snatch it from their hand, you better have a really, really good reason to take it away from them. And I don't think this rises to that level.
Madam Mayor, just in response to that, just a few things. One, if like Mr. Horton was bringing up 80% of the people won't use it, well, that means that 80% will probably not vote for it. And that means the people on the south side that this would affect will never, ever get anything done because there's nobody that lives out there. And I think that the potential that we have out there to grow out there also warrants the potential of doing it automatically as well. If we do it right now, it'll be all set and ready to go for later. My other concern is that I've sat in this council for over a decade now, watching council kick the can down the road on a lot of things. Now, granted, back then they weren't in a position that we are now for growth, and that potential that we've had where our budget is, what we bring in now is way different from what it was 5 years ago. So I think we're in a good position to move forward with some of these things and stop kicking the can down the road. I understand Mr. Gilley's concern. I'm excited that the county is going to be reducing our taxes. I'm excited that we're going to vote this November to reduce the school tax as well. And in general, if we're not raising the tax rate here, I don't see a problem with this. This is, again, there's money here. If we explore Mr. Gilley's idea, which is let's see if there's a cheaper route with a bridge over. Well, by the time we get that going and talking about it, it's going to cost us $11 million to do a bridge over the train tracks. Just the facts is that this would cost cheaper just 4 years ago than it does today. And I guarantee 4 years from now, it would be way more expensive. So we can either do it now, or we can do something cheap, or like you were exploring, Mr. Gilley, a bridge at the same cost later on.
If we don't have any follow-up or any change, are you holding your position? You holding your position?
I'd like to just offer a couple more things. I don't necessarily disagree with Councilman Gilley's perspective, the importance of being good stewards. But at the same time, there's a lot of other considerations that weren't discussed that I just wanted to air out. One of those being, we just established a steering committee to discuss the future of the city. And I'd like us to consider the impact that this decision has on keeping in line with that vision. Because the way that we're supposed to vote is also supposed to consider that we're working towards establishing a vision, and then we have to do the hard work and make the hard decisions to follow up in action. And with that, there are revenue benefits that come with that road as well, almost immediately by opening up intersections and creating areas that can be developed. So those are also things to consider. One thing in particular when it comes to taxes is that we, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't generate a large amount of revenue off of sales tax. So if we say that we want to invite businesses in to generate more tax revenue, then we have to create something that allows that to happen. And without putting this road in, that's going to stop that.
Can I ask how much projected revenue extending this is going to bring in? Because looking at this proposed budget, all of our growth is going to bring in 2024, $167,000, and we're going to spend $11 million.
I would like to add to that. The city has plenty of undeveloped property that already has a road in front of it that's currently not developed. Long term, I believe this would probably generate some commercial industrial use. It's just not an emergency. It just doesn't rise to that. If it were a public safety building, if it were something else, yeah, it would. As this was discussed, I believe this was generally discussed as being issued, a GO issued, and back in 2021, I wasn't on the council in 2021, but I remember when the county said that they would match it for 6 million. What did we tell the county? Did we tell them we were going to issue a CO, or did we tell them we were going to take it to the voters, or did we not say? I mean, you're laying a debt burden, just this piece of $800,000 on top of everything else on about 10,000 people. And you're telling them, yeah, I know how to spend your money better than you do. I don't agree with that. I strongly disagree with it. And I just, if it's a good thing, let the people that are going to benefit from it make that decision. Let them make that decision for themselves.
I don't know if it's possible, but I'd like to caveat off of what Councilman Horton had mentioned about looking at some of the data that would support how much we're projecting that would come in, things of that nature. And I think that that's a good idea. And I'd like to add to that. I think we would all like to know what the correlation is between lowering the tax rate. How much sales tax revenue do we need to generate in order to effectively lower the property tax rate? Which I realize is probably a lot, but I think that those are good metrics to help us drive our decisions and to help us understand what our targets are and how we can guide things in that regard.
So if we have that information, so we need to get, if it goes GO, then we'd have to provide, I'm sorry, it's late. I'm getting tired. We need to provide Daryl with some direction quickly, because to go on the November ballot, what do you have, 60 days or something? Tomorrow?
And I just wanted to reiterate on that note
10 days.
that I stand firm on my primary reason for saying it's a need is safety related. And I would love to hear from police and fire chiefs and their experiences with the train and how that impedes maybe responding to calls and things of that nature. That is for me the priority number one. I think it's a safety concern. It needs to be addressed, period. Everything else comes second to that. I just think that we owe it to, case in point, to Councilman Horton and Gilly, that we need to figure out what those metrics are so we can better drive our decision-making matrix and figure out how do we effectively lower our property taxes, because I think that that's important. So
do you want to stand by and go ahead and give direction tonight? Or do you want that piece of information? Are you good to go tonight?
I'm good to go tonight. I think that's just for future use.
Okay, so it looks like we're 3-2 for it to go CO. That's where we are. And if you could provide that piece of information, the metrics that they were asking for to council.
I can have that. I can have that for you next month.
All right, let's move to parks. Well, let's move to an easy one. Let's go public safety. I need an easy one after that. Public safety. So we have 6 million, and I know, Chief, do you want to speak to this, or do you want to speak to this, the study that's been done? And
Chief Brown, do you want to?
Are you still awake over there?
You're going to have most of the information.
Just barely.
Okay, so I've got drawings, I've got all sorts of neat stuff that I could show you. I've even got on a thumb drive. So cost wise, we got some preliminary numbers and we're still working on those particular numbers. So what we're looking at doing, it's a complete remodel of the building as a whole. When we met with the folks who were doing the estimate for us and giving us the layout and what it would potentially look like. Basically, this remodel, the only thing that's left of the existing station is the slab in the current building and the apparatus room and the tilt walls that are currently there. Everything else will be gone. So the plan, we're expanding out to and I'm going to call it the south, towards Reeves. And we are expanding out of the north towards the elementary school. On the north, we're adding approximately 1,800 square foot. Don't quote me. I can't remember what it was. And to the south, we are adding a significant amount of footprint onto the fire station. Along with that, we're building a administrative building and a training center along with a EOC, that's Emergency Operations Center, that will take us into the future. So with this particular plan, when we look at what our growth is and what our potential growth in expansion in the future for our personnel, this particular plan would allow us to staff and house one additional ambulance with a total of 9 personnel in that particular building. As I said, we're projecting approximately 10, 12 years. And, you know, as well as I do, we don't know how the city's going to grow. When I say that, we've got 2 square miles back to the east, southeast that is in our ETJ. Would we ever take that in? We don't know, correct? What the future growth is going to be, we can project it based off of studies that we've done in the past of how the city's going to grow and what those projections look like. But this particular remodel and add-on would take us 10, 12 years down the road at a minimum. What questions can I answer for you? I saw you leaning on the front of your seat, Mayor.
No, that answered the question, the 10 to 12 years. And, you know, rather than building a new fire department, basically, which would cost probably twice this, if not more.
Not exactly.
It depends if we're building a public safety building or if we're building a fire station.
Gotcha.
Correct. You know, one of the things we talked about in the past years is building a public safety building. So when we evaluated that approximately 3.5, 4 years ago, that cost was $14 million. And that was a public safety building for police and fire, training center. It was all the bells and whistles. So when we reevaluated that last year, that cost was still at about $14 million, but it took out the training center. It took out a lot of the stuff that we were looking at adding to. So a public safety building today, it would probably be somewhere around $16, $17 million.
Okay, so with that said, unless anyone has questions for the chief, I would say just go around the room and see what your thoughts are, GOCO.
Madam Mayor, may I go first?
Sure.
Chief Brown, I always respected you as a no nonsense kind of guy. So is this a need or a want for you?
Oh, it's a need. There's no doubt. We've outgrown the building. You've been in it.
Mhm.
The majority of you have been in it. We've outgrown it. We have no room. City Hall's running out of room. They're trying to kick me out of here. And I'm going with.
Not because they're running out of room, Chief.
Yeah, I say that, you know, a little tongue in cheek. There's a lot of growth for the, you know, the city fire department as a whole in the future. And we've got to have room to be able to grow. Right now, we have nothing to grow into.
Madam Mayor, if we were going to do a new building, I would want to GO this. But because we are just fixing our current infrastructure and what we need, and we're busting at the seams, I think we should CO this. Ensure that we give the proper facilities for our firemen.
Councilman Griffith.
Chief, I have a few questions for you. One is, do you feel like the spaces as they currently are they adequate to maintain a level of green in your readiness across the board?
As they are today, we have no room for expansion, no room to grow for where the city may take us. It's a hard question. No, not really.
It's a hard question probably because you'll make it happen no matter what.
Yeah,
I would imagine, but
as a firefighter,
I understand
fire
that.
departments as a whole, whatever we have, we're gonna make do with. Short term, maybe a year or two. For us, it's what are we looking at from a call response standpoint? Numbers. What do the numbers look like? Okay. Right now, we run, we're a little over 1,600 calls a year. That equates to about 4.52 calls per day. 80% of what we do is EMS. When we get to a point that we're running approximately 8 calls a day, EMS wise, we have to really, really start looking at putting another ambulance on to take care of those other calls. Because what do you run into? While our ambulance is out, we have another call that comes in, duplicate calls. We have to bring somebody else in the town, whether we bring in AMR and the long delay associated with that, or we bring in Mansfield, or we bring in Rendon, or we bring in Everman. There's a time delay in what that delivery is for our citizens. So, no.
Thank you. Another question I have in terms of readiness and adequate spaces. What is your current options that you have available for things regarding safety for your men, like decon and things of that nature?
Well, you had the opportunity to come over here. You asked for a tour the other day, and we walked through that. So in my business, cancer in the fire service is huge. Okay. Over the last 10 years, it's been identified as the leading cause of firemen. Used to be cardiac arrest. Now cancer is the leading cause for the death of firemen. In our current situation, we do not have the facilities to adequately decon our fire equipment, that being our personal protective equipment that we wear on a regular basis. When we see cancer and the increase of that for our firemen, it is from that contact, that reoccurring going into a burning building and being contaminated with those fire chemicals. You know, right now what we do, we have a fire, we wash off in the yard, the street where we're at, we strip that gear off, we take it back. We go into our apparatus bay where our washing machine is, where our truck's back in with the soot blowing out of the diesel exhaust and contaminating everything that we've got there. You know, from a decon standpoint, I can't decon that apparatus bay from the exhaust fumes that are released every time we start up an engine. One of the things that we will put in this new building is a exhaust recovery system. So what that does is when we pull a truck in, we hook a vacuum to the exhaust, and it takes all of those fumes, that exhaust dust that is delivered, and pulls it out of the station, which helps us decon that particular part. Within this new build, the north side is what we will call the dirty side. That's where when we get back, we go into a secure room with a decon room that we can clean our gear. Adjacent to that, we have backup sets of gear that the guys can get and put on. You know, when we look at anything, time, distance and shielding, and that's the time that you're around a contaminated, the distance you can stay away from it, and how can you be shielded from it? It's the same thing in radiation. It's the same thing in any sort of chemical that you're dealing with. On a hazmat incident, they wear those pretty plastic suits. That's how they're shielded. The way we're shielded today is with the PPE that we have, and we've got to keep that gear as clean as possible. So our new facility will be a much cleaner environment for our guys to work and live in.
And I'm not an expert on it, but I would imagine there are some OSHA standards and other policies and laws in place that are meant to ensure facilities are up to par to protect the teams.
There absolutely are a lot of NFPA standards that we're not able to meet at the present time.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Absolutely.
So your vote is
For CO.
Councilman Michaels?
Well, let's sit there and look at this station. This station was built in 1986. It wasn't built for paid personnel. It was built for volunteers. When I worked there, I don't know how many times we knocked out walls, we built walls, we knocked out walls, and we built walls just to try to make it more adequate to where we would feel at home and be able to relax and be able to study and, you know, and just have some alone time, but we always shared the same bunk room. I look at it now, we have 6 guys on staff now, but we have 3 showers. So that means 3 guys are left out because they can't decon properly after a working incident. So I think my deal is, I think we need to CO it because it is definitely a need.
Councilman Horton?
I guess I'm confused because for the past 3 to 4 months, we've been talking about sending all these to the people. And I've not heard anything about this being a CO bond until tonight. So I'm trying to figure out how we got to this point.
I'll take a stab at that one for myself. It's because I haven't been part of the conversation. So a lot of this is my time and effort in catching up, going back and watching some of the live feeds of y'all's discussions and then taking time to go and tour the facility, things of that nature. So.
Chief Brown, I want you to know that I pray for you. I pray for your men every day. And I mean, I agree. I think we need a new fire station. And, you know, I think that would be something that would be popular with our people, that they would pass. But at the end of the day, I still feel that they should have a say in all this. And again, I've kind of got whiplash here because, you know, even reading the agenda tonight, it looks like it was set to be going for a general election. And now here we are, we're going to circumvent the will of our people and decide, hey, you know what, we're going to tax you here, we're going to tax you here. And I'm certainly not against you guys, but I think this needs to also go before the people.
Councilman Gilling?
In and of itself, I would support our CO standalone. It was standalone CO to refurbish and rehabilitate and expand the fire department. That's public safety. That's a has to. That's a core service. But, a big but. You know, now we've just laid, in addition to the $1.1 million tax increase that this budget lays on our citizens, now we're laying $800,000 to service the debt on the Little Road extension. And now, in addition, it's probably about 400 and some odd $1,000 of debt now for the fire station expansion. So if my math is anywhere near accurate, we're at $2.3 million that we are laying on the people this year and every year, till probably longer than I've got left on this earth.
Geo.
No. If the public safety building remodel was a standalone item, if we vote on it standalone, I would support a CO.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to circle back real quick on streets. And for all three of these, really, what is the timeline that we have to decide now on these or in the near future to get it moving forward?
Mr. Freeman, can you answer this question?
Expiration, all bond election.
For Geo.
Obligation.
So if we decide to go the certificate CO, that decision doesn't necessarily have to be made tonight.
Just spell that, yeah. Obligation.
And roughly, we're looking at another year.
To start permanent.
Correct.
This may be an unpopular opinion, but if there is time and a willingness from the dais, can we not pick these apart and decide what we can agree on today for the sake of moving forward on what should be a CO? Come to an agreement and maybe postpone the other two to decide upon prior to that deadline of the 21st.
Ultimately, I believe that's the goal, is to find out, because we are on the deadline, if we take it to the people. Ultimately, beyond that, we have time is on our side for say. But if it's going to the people, I need direction on what to do.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 days to give direction. Today's the 15th, deadline's the 21st.
By the 21st, we'll have to adopt a bond election ordinance. So that's a separate council action that needs to happen by the 21st.
So no matter what, if we were going to a GO, we'd have to have a separate council meeting before the 21st. Okay. Okay. Do we have ordinances in here? In our packet?
Well, we do as a GO. So if it changes, obviously it's not going to matter. So if one goes to a GO, we'll have to go back and rewrite ordinance for that one independent project.
Yes. What your bond attorney prepared for you this evening was the contemplation of any or all of those three projects y'all are discussing for a bond election ordinance. You all at your discretion this evening could amend or adjust or throw out the ordinance in its entirety. And then they can go and alter the ordinance to reflect the decision you make tonight.
So essentially the vote is whether or not we're saying we want a GO. Everything else is.
Not exactly. This is not an action item. This is a work session. What we are giving is direction about how we want to go. This can't be adopted tonight. I don't see an action item for the $22 million bond. We've got one on the 17.4 CO, but not on the GO. So we can't, people can sleep safe for the 2.3 or 2.4 million for a few more nights.
Actually, it is on number
Item
7.
seven.
Individual.
It is
Yeah. Yeah,
line 7 on the
individual.
line 7 is consideration for the bond election Okay, so here's where we got the old switcheroo. This is a bond election to be held by the city of Kennedale on November 7th. Okay, so we have a work session and we're voting on it on the same night. And I overlooked that, and that is all kind of wrong, in my opinion.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys actually had a work session on this on that Thursday, which would have been the 18th, 13th.
Well, yes.
Was a work session because that's the one I used to get myself up to speed on
Right.
these topics for.
And that was when the GO was there. So anyway, said enough, doesn't matter.
Well, we have been having conversations. This isn't the first time we've had conversations about this. And someone helped me here, but the reason it was split out was because of the fire station. There was some conversation from council that they felt like that could be considered as a CO because it was such a need. That's how that conversation happened.
So realizing we still have a third item to discuss, which is parks. And I didn't mean to derail the conversation or the flow, but I think those things are important to consider because if we're saying that it's that important to send it GO, then we are saying that we're willing to show up every day from now until we have to make that decision to move forward with it. That was the reason I asked on how much time do we have? Are we willing to postpone that item and come back and have a follow-on discussion? That was the reason I asked that line of questioning. We still have to talk about parks. I just wanted to know if that was an option available to us.
And then, Madam Mayor, one point of clarification. These three projects have to be taken to the voters. If you all chose that these would all be general obligation bonds, they have to go as three separate propositions.
Correct.
To the voters. Just want to make that clear.
Correct. So let me just walk through this out loud, and that's dangerous because it's really late. If the three go to vote in November as GOs, we would know in November which direction it's going to go in for parks, for fire, because nothing's going to be done at this point with the CO. It's not going to, if it is a CO, we're not going to get it until next year, correct?
Correct. And if any of these fail the bond election, you're legally prohibited from then proceeding with a certificate of obligation.
5 years.
5 years.
Is that right?
3 years. Was that passed into law to 5 years?
And that's why I would be in favor of the rehab and expansion of the fire station as a CO. I think that rises to the core value of government is public safety and taking care of the people that provide your public safety. The extension of Little School Road, I've lived without it for 7 decades. And if some chance it did fail, I think our lives would go on. And I can't remember who raised 80% of the people wouldn't be affected by that. Okay. Well, they'll pay for it one way or the other. You'll force them. And the
when the representatives decide they will, won't they?
What's that?
Oh, I said they will when their representatives decide they will, won't they?
I think it's understandable that everyone on this dais was elected for the position.
We have county taxes that go out. And there's plenty of projects in this county that get paid for that have nothing to do with me, but my taxes go into it because our leaders that we voted for.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. All right. So we have CO on public safety. That's where we're at right now. That's the direction it looks like that everyone with the exception of Councilman Horton would say.
I will support the fire.
Yeah.
As a standalone option. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was an option available to us until we got here tonight. But I will absolutely support it standalone.
Okay, and I want to apologize because I thought everyone was under the understanding because I don't know. I honestly don't remember who came to me and asked me for consideration of the CO separate for the fire station. I really don't. There you go, Mr. Gilly. Okay, so I apologize for not getting that information to everyone. And on parks, do we have any conversation about a GOCO or possibly postponing this until we can actually take care of kind of what we have in front of us. Because at this point, on parks, I'll leave that to you guys to kick that around, and I'll start with Councilman Gilly. Because we do have that option of postponing it.
Two things about the parks. It's not, in my opinion, it's not a must-have. It would be a nice to have. So to me, that would qualify for a GO. The other concern I have about it is we can't afford to properly maintain the parks that we have today. So we need to be very careful what we expand. The true cost of this is not going to be the $3 million. It's going to be your ongoing maintenance cost.
Councilman Horton.
Mr. City Manager, are we able to adequately maintain the parks that we have right now, budget wise?
Barely. And even then, if we get behind by weather or anything like that, it's a struggle to get there. To indicate that, say, the property, for instance, what we'll be voting on later on for equipment, we have not been able to maintain that. To indicate something breaks and we had the funding to go replace it and make it proper, that has not been done in the past. And most of it, looking at the budget, it just hadn't been funded to be able to do that. I would indicate that our priority has not been on maintenance on the equipment or buildings that we currently have.
So expanding the scope of those services by and essentially $3 million, is it fair to say that it looks like we probably wouldn't be able to maintain them given our current structure?
Without increasing the park fund or public works, I will say no.
All right. Then, Madam Mayor, I would say GO as well.
Councilman Michaels. Did you say GO? Yeah. Oh, Councilman.
Yeah, I didn't hear him.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, I guess the way I look at it is this is 20 million. Obviously that parks for 3 million is not going to be 3 million because there's going to have to be some type of service fee added to that, correct? Is there?
No, it'll be free.
Would be exactly be 3 million. I don't know what we can do for $3 million, but I guess that's something we need to decide. And I think I would go with GO with that.
Councilman Griffith.
The question that I have, Madam Mayor, is there a third option? Does it have to be put to GO or can we table this one? And the reason I ask is because I think it's an egregious mistake to put something in front of the people that we obviously can't afford to take care of in the first place. And I think that there should be some other options discussed before maybe we table it until after we have time to work on the budget and find some solutions to work that in. But putting it out to vote and allowing that to happen, knowing that we don't have the capacity to take care of it, I think is a mistake.
Councilman Navarro.
Well, Miss Mayor, I'm a little biased on this. Of course, I've been screaming for over 10 years for this council to give a budget for maintenance and separate the maintenance from the water fund or the water maintenance and things like that. So instead of us complaining about how we don't have the money to do the maintenance, why don't we ensure that we have a maintenance for what we have? Now, consider that we fix this within the next year. Let's just say hypothetically, we don't get a loan and we do maintenance to fix it. There's no amount of money we could throw at what we have right now that will fix what we have. Okay, it's been neglected for way too long. This baseball field, Sonora Park, was a bond from the 60s, if I recall. And we're actually supposed to be obligated through that bond to keep that baseball fields up, and it has not been. I also like to point out that baseball field it needs to be wiped off the face of the earth. There's no amount of money that will fix that. Okay, it's got to be broken down and rebuilt from scratch. There's some property also right next to that baseball field that we could acquire for the baseball fields improvements. So if we're not talking about improving the baseball fields today, we're just talking about other maintenance or improvements. I think the funds that we do have available in the Parks Fund that this council finally this year made available to the city to fix, will fix a lot of the issues that we've gotten over the years for the parks. Now, the two biggest problems I have right now from the citizens that I represent is parks and the train. So, and those are the two items that we're speaking to tonight. So if we're not talking about fixing the baseball fields tonight, then I agree with everybody who's talking about the maintenance. But if we're talking about replacing the baseball fields, I think we do need to consider this, and I'm okay with the GO on that as well.
Another question I have, Madam Mayor, is can we add stipulations? So if we're going to put it for GO, can we add stipulations in there that will help us stay accountable to creating a plan that allows us to work the budget for that?
For the maintenance? Yes.
I think in that manner, it becomes a priority. And obviously that is set by the mayor and the council to make that happen.
So pending that being a priority, I would say that GO is probably the route for the parks.
Madam Mayor, just to clarify, are we talking about fixing the baseball fields with this $4 million, or are we talking
Yes.
about just general improvements?
Yes.
So if we're specifically asking for the baseball fields, and I'm okay with the GO, I just want to make sure everybody understands that they're not usable right now.
Right.
And I have plenty of citizens who have offered to pay their own money and fix the baseball fields. And over the years, we've had several come before the parks boards. And it's just not feasible for what we have. So
Right. Now, this would be a.
I don't want to kick it down the field is what I'm saying. I would prefer just to throw it in GO. I'm
Yeah.
okay with the GO. I just don't want to say, let's not do anything about it. We'll talk about it next year.
Yeah.
But that's one of the discussions moving forward either way, particularly if it's there's no discussions other than what Mr. Michaels and you have shared from your involvement with the parks as a whole. So to indicate we have a true vision of what's being asked of that 3 million, I don't have that. Only thing that's been a common denominator for everybody to a certain extent, or the discussions, has been KYA and their need for a multi-purpose field for soccer, football, whatever the case is. That's been the general conversation as a whole. That was the purpose of seeking out the possibility of this bond. So to indicate we have plans for Town Center, Sonora, Roger, there's nothing in place to indicate that. The only thing that I'm necessarily have seen is the studies that's already been done in the past for a multi-field.
We're all in agreement, so I don't want to beat a bush here with you, but I respectfully disagree with you. There is a vision for all this, and it's been discussed for the park boards for over a decade. The issue is council never asks their boards for their opinions or what their vision is. And so we as a parks board for the last 5-6 years actually spent a whole 13 months planning what we wanted to see. And one of them was maintenance. One of them was hiring somebody who's an expert in grass and making sure they office at the new baseball fields and the football fields and buying up the King's property so we can utilize that. So there is a vision there, what we wanted. And even recently, right before we got on council, this council brought before the Parks Board how we can better utilize some of the funds. So there is a vision there. We went to every park one night and said, okay, this is a new Parks Board. What's the new vision? And we have a vision for you. So I would encourage everybody here, go talk to the Parks Board. They'll tell you what the vision is.
Can I just say for tonight, for the purpose of tonight, the 3 million is for the biggest majority of it is the multipurpose field. That's the whole reason that it's out on here for conversation is the multipurpose field. And there may be no for you? Because otherwise from.
I mean, I can see it on a multi-purpose field and everything, but there's other things that we need to look at too, like securing our parks. I mean, we're fixing a boat on a playground equipment that's $300-something thousand, and there's no way that we can secure it and there's no lighting in that park, so there's no way we can protect our asset. So
I'm just saying for the majority of it. I mean, because I don't disagree with that. And that's why we didn't have the detail of it. So, but would you agree that the majority of the 3 million is for the multipurpose?
I also want to remind Mr. Michaels that if we do improve the baseball fields over there, part of the reason what we had used to do the plans for the new office space and stuff was to secure not only city property, but KYA's property back there, their concession stands. Because that place has been repeatedly broken into. The AC, for example, I bought a new AC for KYA and within 2 days, it was stolen. So
Security
yeah.
would definitely have to be a part of it, but I'm going to say let's wrap this up as far as where we are tonight. This is very, very difficult. And, what I wrote down for park is we're on GO on park and we're on CO on public safety and we are on CO for Little Road. Okay. So we're going to
Madam
move
Mayor.
on to,
I just wanted to, I didn't get an answer on the willingness to work more on streets. I had asked if we could postpone that pending the desire to have a follow-on meeting to see if they wanted to put it as a GO.
so the postponing it would be so that, say it one more time.
Originally, I had asked.
Yeah.
That line of questioning was about pulling these apart to
Right.
buy a little bit of time on a decision point for streets. So if we're looking for a decision point tonight, that's fine. But I had offered that if there was some other considerations that we postpone it. I know that we have only next week basically to have that decision. But I didn't hear any response or answer on that. I'm fine either way. I just wanted to reiterate that.
And I would, because that one is so big, I would be good with giving us some cush. I just am not sure I've got cush. That's the part I'm not hearing is if we have to make a decision by August the 21st, which is Monday, and we have to have another ordinance that's issued unless we can use the current one we have and just make the decision and use what we have in our packet currently, so we don't have to have another meeting. Yes. Okay. So I'm getting a yes for that. Okay. Okay. So the specific information that we're looking for, the reason that we're going to postpone this is we're looking for some additional information. And that information is how much sales tax would we need to support the bond? That was the piece of it, correct?
I think that's pretty easy to calculate, and we could do it here tonight. It would be roughly 1.5 cents on every dollar would be what the sales tax would be generated, and then with the other 0.5 cents would be going to the EDC. So by and large, figure out what 2% of 11 million. I mean, what that would be, and that would be somewhere around. Let's see, to service the debt, we need 800,000. So you're probably looking at upwards of $20 million of sales tax to service, to throw off $800,000 at 2 cents a dollar. Does that sound about right?
I think 20 would be just 400,000.
So double it. It's late, so you need 40 million.
And I can tell you, we don't have, don't make me laugh. Yeah. Yeah. So that's that number.
If we could go back to the parks thing again, is the consensus, and I'm sorry, I'm tired, it's late. The
Yeah.
consensus probably is a GO on the parks. Is that kind of where we're at? Okay. If we go that direction, we need to be prepared to demonstrate and provide people what that will actually be spent on. I didn't pay that much attention to the parks GO. I didn't. I'd hoped that there were some plans, that there were some finite plans that 3 million would go towards. We do vote on that to send that to a GO this November. We better firm up and tell them what it's going to be spent, what their 3 million is going to buy.
Yeah. Yeah, I do too.
And you're correct. That will have to happen. And that was one of the points for tonight, was give me direction on which way I need to go. Ultimately, like I said, to council members, they've already done the study. I believe we can have that study and just have it calculated for today's pricing. And obviously we'll be able to have a display of what that need is and what projections of what it'll look like. And we should be able to do that.
Okay, so are we going to buy some time on streets, or do y'all?
That would be, I just ran it rough and tough. It would be $40 million in sales a year would service the debt load on the 11 million. And I doubt if Dallas collects $40 million a year. And I mean, that's, we're talking about real money here. And it's easy to say, yeah, let's do this, do that. And we're going to generate all this revenue. And when you run the numbers on it, sometimes it doesn't give you the result that you expect.
I think the point about the revenue was the consideration of underdeveloped properties that are not being utilized or not generating tax revenue at all, whether it's property or sales tax. It's a relevant point. You're not going to make that in a year. I think I was just trying to offer that if there was anyone who wanted to have some additional considerations to offsetting the costs, I stand by my primary perspective on that one, which is it's a safety issue for the city, period. So I'm ready to vote on it either way. I just wanted to make sure that we were affording ourselves the opportunity to have follow-on conversations, since it is the largest part of this proposed bond.
And my biggest fear out of the whole thing is that we keep kicking it down the field. It's just get more expensive later on. This has almost increased from 40% since we first spoke about it 5 or 6 years ago. So since we got the money and secured the money from the county, it's already increased 40%. And my biggest fear is just going to keep on going up and going up, especially in the next 3 years. So that's still where I stand. Is what I'm okay with moving forward tonight with everything.
Madam Mayor, if you'd like, I think we'll probably get to just have it out.
Yep.
All three.
Well, if there's no changes, then we have a GO on parks and CO on public safety and streets.
I'd like to make sure that we're adding there's considerations on the GO to proof of use and also capacity to maintain it through budget.
All right, so we're going to move on to work session item number 5.
Is this something that we can get the verbiage for the GO? Okay. Yeah, we'll have to put it onto our priority. Yeah. Is there anything that we need to make a decision tonight for the change, the ordinance? Public safety.
Goals and intents to take action on that tonight, considering that change, and then not having again on Friday.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for.
That's what people can do.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Sir.
You're good. We're going to move to 5, discussion on creating a city policy for the authority of discretion of any city body elected official city official to enforce higher ethical standards and accountability for financial and elected officials. Daryl, do you want to start off speaking to this?
Yes, ma'am. If you look at the Texas Government Accountability Association, this is a policy that they're recommending for governmental entities, municipal, school, county, even state level. And one of the things that's in here, it gives accountability not only to the city to maintain certain standards. It also maintains that we do certain audits through a financial stance of indicating that we're holding ourselves accountable for the gist of it, to make sure that we're following our own policy. One of the second parts to this as well is on the elected officials. It's documentation indicating what you're accountable for and what's being asked of you. And more importantly, that you're following that policy. As of right now, the ordinance, I'm sorry, not the ordinance, the policy is indicating it's yourself holding yourself accountable for your actions. But the policy is also given the capability of letting our citizens know what we're holding ourselves up to and be respectful and hold our standard to that level. And I think it could be very beneficial for us to implement this policy into our city policy. And I also recommend on the elected official side of it to add this to our charter. So it's regulated for and our elected officials as a whole, including the mayor and all council.
That would be a two-step process, would it not? So we could vote on adopting these and then down the road, after the public comments, et cetera, adopt it to the charter, or should it be approved by the citizens?
Yeah, as the council has the capability and the right to be able to implement this policy into city policy, at the point where this is just me, on the city policy side, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Atkins, you're not necessarily held to that standard of the city policy. You're held to the standard of our charter that's been placed by our citizens for you to hit that mark. I can't hold you accountable to a policy that's not driven for you. It's driven for city employees. And that's the reason why I recommend for us to put that. It's a two-part of the way I read it. You have a part that's employee driven, and then you have a part that's an elected official driven to hold accountability to you. If there's no repercussions to that policy, what's holding someone to say you did the right thing or not? So there's no punishment as a city policy. That would be my recommendation. I don't have a problem with the policy at all. How it's written, obviously there'll be some things that will change that's associated strictly for us. But the verbiage is to a good standard.
Well, I think this would provide an additional layer of confidence to our citizens that their hard-earned tax dollars are being used efficiently. And, you know, the efficiency audit every however many years, I think that would probably identify potential waste, streamline, and probably would ultimately save us money down the road. And, you know, speaking personally, I have absolutely no problem being held to the same standards as these guys are. And I mean, we shouldn't, I agree. So.
Yeah. Just to kind of, I'm sorry.
Nope.
Just to kind of add to that, particularly looking at it, and obviously I need to let Jonathan look at it as well. On the financial side, we currently will not meet that standard. And it's not that we're not doing the right thing or anything like that, but some of the audits they're wanting, we currently do not have. So obviously it'll be a stepping stone for us to be able to get there. And once we're able to do that, it's going to actually even help out our ratings as we move forward, which Don and I have already discussed, that that will be implemented as we move forward through this next budget.
Well, there are firms that specialize in efficiency audits, and if the TGAA, I guess, is okay with it, could we just limit the scope of that to what's not currently?
Yeah,
That way we don't have to have a whole audit.
I think so. And I think they're willing to do that. I just don't want to put ourselves without being to exceed what they're asking. I don't think that's a good practice for us to do.
Councilman Gilly?
Well, this is a group that I've been associated with for many years. So some of the background on it. You're probably all familiar with GASB standards, and that covers general accounting practices that government bodies follow. It's not law. It's practices that they suggest that you follow. And you don't have to follow them, but you have, it's not good if you don't. But it doesn't, you should. So think of this as the ethics version of that. It's something that the city voluntarily agrees to, that it's reporting at the gist of this. And I don't know how in depth that y'all have read this and reviewed this, but it's a self-reporting mechanism. Most of it we already do, some form or the other. But it is a method that we report on ourselves, and it's things that everyone should do. I mean, if there's a vendor that does more than more than $10,000 of business with a city, there's certain things that they have to comply with about, reporting their relationships with vendors, people in the city, et cetera, et cetera. It's not just for Kennedale. The city of Kennedale. This is something that this organization that I'm a member of, I'm on their board, wants to see all local government adopt, but we have to start somewhere. And how this is formed is via an interlocal agreement. We would go in and sign an interlocal agreement with other cities that agree to these policies, and then the instrument is formed. And at that time, when we adopt it, it will be formed. And I did provide you, Daryl, with a copy of the interlocal agreement. And I'll give get a copy to Carvin. But tonight's a work session, so I think this would be a good thing. I think it'd be a good thing for us. I think it'd be a good thing for Kennedale. We could finally take the lead on something. This, I think, is important. And I think it'll be important for our state. So anyway, I'd like to hear your comments on it.
Councilman Michaels?
I think it's a good way to go anyway. A lot of this writing here is basically kind of in our charter, but this is just a little bit better detail. And a lot of the state laws is the same thing that we have too. So, I mean, I don't know if it would, do we want to change the charter with it? Or do we just want to kind of make it as a ordinance for council?
As I see it, I think some of the council ethics provisions, as Daryl mentioned, I think eventually we would probably want to put that on the ballot. There's a charter election to adopt those. The other things away from the councilman ethics, I don't think you want directly in the charter, because this is a living, breathing document like GASB is. Standards come out and you adopt the new standard. And I know, Carvin, I'm probably giving a very clumsy explanation of it, but there are items of it that I think would do well in our charter. And then there's other items that I don't think you would want to adopt in the charter.
Right. That's what I was saying. A lot of the stuff that I read is already in our charter. And then a lot of it is that we have to follow by what the state is. So, I mean, that's the reason why I was kind of asking if it's something that really needs to be added to the charter, or can we just do it as an ordinance and say we're going to follow it?
I mean, I think that we would do it as an ordinance originally, and then as time goes by, consider incorporating some of the councilman ethics into our charter.
Carvin?
A giveaway. I think you could adopt this by a resolution of the council and it would be binding on the council as adopted. However, a future council can adopt a new ordinance and remove it. The concept of having a charter amendment by election would make it that much harder to revoke. It would have to go back again for another election to revoke it. So a matter of level there.
Right. For example, 2C, city shall require all vendors in order to receive more than $10,000 of payment during the fiscal year, fill out and sign under penalty of perjury, a form, the name of the vendor, address, any family relationship between the vendor or any affiliate organization of the vendor with an elected official or city official or any elected official or city officials organization, affiliate organization. Let's say that hypothetically, we found that that was unworkable. If you incorporate that in the charter, it would make it difficult to get rid of. If you just adopt it via resolution, you can modify it via an ordinance and take that out.
Yeah, I would be real hesitant to suggest you do a charter election on this right now. I would suggest go the ordinance route, live with it for a couple of years and see. And then if there is a groundswell for a charter election, you might go that way. But I think you could impose, if you choose to, and I haven't had time to study this, but I mean, I think most of these things in here, you could impose upon yourself and make it by ordinance, a requirement of the council that, I mean, some of these things here that you're going to post things or broadcast things or require certain affidavits, I mean, all those things could be done if that's what you want to do. We might want to get out a red pen and maybe look at it real close before you adopt it and make sure everything makes sense. Because
Right.
these things are overstepping just on
Yeah.
the blush.
Right.
With that,
Yeah.
so we bring in and pass a resolution or ordinance. So the council will be held accountable for that, their action, and there will be repercussions to that behavior.
I just did a quick glance at the charter and you're making me think on my feet, which is risky. But the charter does not appear to require an ordinance to adopt this policy. So I think you could adopt the policy by a resolution of the council, majority vote, and it would impose the policy as amended or as finally approved upon yourselves, upon the council, upon everyone. And then
So what is the repercussion? What is the, I'm sorry, Rocky, but I'm going to use you. So he goes out and he violates this policy. So what's the repercussions? What's the process that we have to go through by ordinance or resolution to hold him accountable for that action?
actually haven't read that provision yet, so you would have to have a penalty enforcement clause built into this policy. which I
Okay.
honestly haven't had time to get.
No, absolutely.
Yeah,
I totally
and the idea is self-reporting. The idea is, that, you know, the councilman could be censored. Anything that is allowed by our charter, or they could just simply apologize because you could inadvertently violate some of this. The idea is not to make this a weapon, cumbersome. The idea is to be open and free and self-report and follow the spirit of this, like you would follow the spirit of the generally accepted government accounting principles.
And I don't disagree with that. And I'll go back to Mr. Michael's comments. A lot of this is already in state law.
Yes, a lot of it is, but a lot of it isn't.
Yeah.
You know, for example, the vendor disclosing any relationship that he has to a city official or elected official or an affiliate organization. If it were state law, we wouldn't have some of the ethics problems that we do have.
And some of those are self-reporting.
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and go around to Councilman Griffith. Do you have input on this? just as far as direction, because what we would do is next month, at the next meeting, that there would be after Carvin has a chance to look at it and redline it, bring it back to us as a resolution.
Yeah, I would just like to say that I agree with Councilman Horton when he said that it'll instill faith and confidence in the people and our ability to hold ourselves accountable and hold ourselves to a much higher standard. So I'm for that, and I think that we could achieve that through a resolution. Think that would be appropriate.
Councilman Navarez?
I think this is a wonderful idea. This is actually one of the topics of discussion of the TML conference that we went to is cities adopting this kind of policy where I would like to see a little bit more of is, especially when it comes to our charter, is where's the mechanism to act? Like I get where you're coming from, Mr. Gilly, on this is self-accountable, and I'm okay with that. But if we enact it as an ordinance or as adding in the charter, there's really no mechanism for council or anybody to do anything about anything. So it currently says, for example, if I violate the charter, that I must step down. But what if I don't? What are you going to do about it? There's not absolutely nothing you can do about it. And we ran into this before in our history. So if we're going to adopt something like this, I'm okay with editing it and doing an ordinance and moving forward on self-accountability. But if we're going to start incorporating this into our charter, I do think we should have a charter committee and discuss some sort of mechanism to allow the council to act when there is a violation. So I'll give you an example. Let's say I go and do my own investigation on something without the authority of the council, which is in our charter. I go over behind Daryl's back and go to, his staff and start asking questions and do my own investigation. That's a violation of charter. If I don't step down, there's not a single thing that anybody could do here. And even though our charter says I must step down. So if we're going to incorporate this, I'm okay with doing that. I'm great. I'm happy, excited. But if we're going to go further and do something about our charter or ordinances, I think there's some other issues that we can discuss to give a little bit more accountability if I'm not self-accountable to council to make me accountable.
Okay, so I think we're in agreement with this. It'll be redlined and Carvin will look at it and bring it back to us next month for as a resolution. All right. Okay, guess what? We're through the work session. It's 10, 30, 40, whatever time it is. Okay, so whoops, that's that. We have what? Pillows? No, you can't have my pillow. All right, so yeah. Okay, reports and announcements. We've already had number 1 with the award of recognition from American Heart Association. Updates from members of City Council. We'll start with Councilman Gilly.
It's 20 minutes to 11 and I don't have the energy to toot my horn.
Councilman Horton.
Ditto.
Councilman Michaels.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm going to pass this down to city manager.
Okay, all I have to say, it's not my turn. Griffith. I know, right? Pull it together.
I don't have anything to share right now.
Okay.
Mayor.
Councilman Navarez.
I'll be real quick, Ms. Mayor. Obviously these two people next to me went down to the TML conference and that was really amazing. And we appreciate the city allowing us to do that. We learned a lot. We definitely did. Our speaker, which is Joe Serrario, I brought his book today. He was really amazing. It was so amazing that he went an extra hour and nobody cared.
Yeah.
So if you ever have a chance to do anything, I would suggest that council go check these out. Also tomorrow, the chamber is having a luncheon and the topic would be Rotary. We're actually having 2 past governors come out and visit us. So if you have time to come join us to lunch, non-members are $20, members are $15. It starts at 11:30 at Life Fellowship Church. Please come check that out. And then I'll just make a quick announcement that Concert in the Park, which is now redubbed Ralph Mooney for Food Steel Guitar Festival, will be on October 14th. And we're moving forward. We're looking for a title sponsor, which we're hoping that Beards Towing would move forward like they said they would last year on sponsoring that. But we also have others sponsored levels. And if you're interested, just please reach out to us through the Facebook or myself or Laura Sanders or anybody that is on our committee. Thank you.
Okay, so updates from me. I'm just going to say real quickly, yay, New Hope is open. Hooray. Thank you. And we did the mayor's back to school bash and just big shout out to all the sponsors. I put this on all of, in front of you all, so you'd all see who sponsored the back to school bash. And I want to thank the Rotary specifically for donating a very generous financial donation to the fire victims. And also great job to our fire department for what they did getting that fire out and contained without more damage. So kudos to you guys for that. And then we'll give, that's all I have. I mean, I have a lot more, but it is late. So I'm going to turn it over to the city manager for all of the events that we have coming up rather quickly.
I'll give you a short synopsis of the next 2 months for talking about September. So we have the Keep Kennedale Beautiful Bring It will be September the 9th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. We'll be here in the town center parking lot. Keep harmful waste and reusable items out of the landfill. Those items are paint, electronics. What else?
If you go to our city website and social media, you'll find a list of items that we'll be accepting and not accepting.
All right, thank you. We also have our 9/11 memorial coming September the 11th. That will be at 9 a.m. It'll be that Monday morning. It'll be obviously here in the town center park. Join us for the memorial and pay tribute to our victims of 9/11. We have a butterfly party September the 16th, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. here in the town center park. Bring the whole family for butterfly fun in town center park. Library pigeon party September the 23rd, 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Obviously at the Kennedale Library. 20th anniversary party for Don't Let the Pigeon Drive the Bus. Public Safety Open House October the 14th. That is a 10 a.m. to 12 at Kennedale Fire Station. Head to the fire station to meet your public safety officers, see the fire trucks, ambulances, and have fun time with games, activities, and hot dogs. We have a trunk or treat October the 28th, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Town Center parking lot. Get your costumes and bring your bag ready to head to Town Center Plaza to see all the cool creatures and collect some delicious treats. I'm done.
Safety, 7, it's
That's
10
10
to
to 12.
10 to 12. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Dogs.
Okay, I want to say one thing real quick that I missed. Thank you for chairing the meeting last month. I appreciate that.
Yay,
Yeah,
Kenneth.
and then I didn't get to welcome you officially, and so welcome. It's great having you here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, so financial reports for the city and EDC.
I know a lot of the discussion on this was within the budget and within the projections for FY 23. So I will just say we are still looking strong. We've had we've actually gathered more property tax revenue than what we had budgeted, and that was through June, still with months remaining in the fiscal year. So I'm excited on the possibility of us picking up some more and getting further ahead of our budget on that aspect. But with 75% through the year, you can see that our expenditures are well under pace. Of course, that's going to pick up the next couple months, but I'll just open it to questions right now on the city's financials.
Anyone has any questions? No? Looks good. Thank you very much. Do you want to stay there for the quarterly investment report? And I don't think I actually had the quarterly investment in my packet. I had some information.
The front page
Yeah.
mimics there are page numbers on this. There's 5 pages.
Yeah.
And the very back of it is actually the portfolio presentation. The first,
Okay.
there's a cover page, there's me rambling for a few pages, and then there's the actual portfolio
I
presentation.
think I was looking for the normal like quarterly where you see quarter over quarter comparison.
Format is different. I had to hustle up a format for the bond rating call.
Okay.
So there's some commentary that goes into inflation, and I don't want to belabor that being this late in the evening, but Inflation has decreased month over month. We're seeing a positive trend on that. Was 3%. That's about normal. Price of gas is going down for our citizens. And our investments are really strong. Our total through the fiscal year, our total interest income was $710,707 through June 30th.
Excellent. Any questions on that? Okay,
All right, thank you.
you're welcome. Thank you. Consent agenda for minutes for July 18th. And unless there's any discussion, I'll take a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda for the
Madam
minutes
Mayor,
of July 18th.
Madam Mayor, I second.
Okay, have a motion and a second. All in favor? Unanimous. All right, items for individual consideration. Number 1, consider approval of the 2023-24 interlocal agreement with the city of Fort Worth for rabies control and use of the city of Fort Worth animal shelter. Chief Hogan.
Sorry. Yes, ma'am. So we are looking at renewing this ILA. We've had it in place now for several years. But just for everyone's knowledge, we are still in contact and talking with Everman. I was actually trading emails with the chief of and city manager of Everman, Mr. Spencer, and he's open to continued talks to partner with them as well. The way we're running animal control at this point, we put a lot of additional accountability standards on our animal control officer. And so taking an animal to Fort Worth because of the expense to the city is the absolute last resort. It used to be kind of like business as usual. But we've also been in contact with several rescue agencies through here, groups in the area and working with them. And so we've had a pretty good success rate being able to take animals that are non-aggressive to some of these other outreach locations. And at the last resort, we'll take them over to Fort Worth. But it's promising with Everman at this point. They're looking at building a new animal control facility. And so if we can get back with them and partner, and I think that'll help us in terms of long-term costs.
Excellent. So if there's no questions, I'll take a motion.
I do. I have questions. Read through it and I saw there's a verbiage in there. It says Kennedale specifically requests the city, that being the city of Fort Worth, euthanize all animals from Kennedale that are not adopted or transferred. I remember a couple of years ago, I think we went with Everman because they stated that they were a no-kill shelter.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
And now we're specifically requesting that the city of Fort Worth euthanize all animals from Kennedale that are not adopted or transferred. And I hear a lot of things about the animal shelter in Fort Worth. I hear it's a very, very high kill shelter.
Rocky, what page are you on?
That's section, I believe it's section 6.
Okay.
6D.
16?
6 dog. 6,
D.
section 6D.
Okay. 6D.
And while the mayor is there, could you tell us about some of the agencies, the rescue organizations that we partner with in Kennedale?
I actually don't have them right now. I can provide you a list of who we're using.
Yeah, because, I think that's one thing that our citizens would like to know. And if they knew about these rescue organizations, they might be a lot more open to donating funds to those.
Absolutely.
Can we table this until we can find out more?
Yes, absolutely.
I move that we table item number 1. pending further information.
Yeah.
I second.
All in favor? All right, back to that. Item number 2, approval of the use of court technology funds to purchase new ticket. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ken. Technology fund for new ticket writer software and licenses. Chiefs? Oh, well, yeah. Heard them. Team.
I just have one question, I guess, if that's what we're doing. It's not TechShare, right?
What?
The software, it's not TechShare.courts?
It's Brazos.
Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you.
Okay, unless there's any questions, if you have questions, otherwise I'll take a motion. And I'm sorry, I'm running through this quickly. It's just that it's late and I assume that you've all looked at this. So just, if you have a question, raise your hand. Otherwise, I'll take a motion.
Madam Mayor, I do a motion to approve getting the software.
Second,
I second.
all in favor? Unanimous. Excellent. Number 3, consider approval of the Sonora Park Playground upgrades. Christian? And I assume that everyone has read this. And do you have any questions for Christian? No? If not, I'll take a motion.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve the upgrades to the playground equipment.
Do you have a second?
Sorry, I will second it.
All in favor? Unanimous. Yeah. And this is just for if anyone is watching us at 11 o'clock at night. The time frame on this is probably three months, 3 or 4 months, because I read like 10 to 12 weeks for something and then another's, yes.
This is part of the splash pad too, and that's
Yeah.
supposed to be January 1st.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all gonna meet there for
That's
the
right,
grand
January
opening
1st.
of the splash.
Okay, sounds like a party, New Year's Eve party. Consider approval of ordinance negotiating RRM settlement between Atmos Steering Committee and Atmos Energy. Daryl? Guess this is the final on the Atmos settlement.
That's correct. This has been going on for almost a year. And obviously they finally came to a settlement, which is ultimately it was in favor of Atmos.
In favor of what?
I'm sorry.
It was in favor of what?
In my opinion, it's in favor of Atmos. There was a decrease, but it was minimum in that matter. Our representatives came to that settlement.
So it looks like a residential increase of about 7.31% or about $6.50 a month. And then higher for the businesses.
7.3, yeah.
Yeah, 7.3. All right, so unless there's any questions, I'll take a motion. Because this is really just, I mean, it is what it is, whether we adopt it or not, it is what it is. Yeah. We don't really have a say-so in it. We do. We do. There you go. So our say-so is very minimal. So I'll take a motion.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance for the negotiated RM settlement.
I'll take a second.
I second.
All in favor? All opposed? 4-1 with Councilman Horton opposed. Oh, 4-1 here. No, here. Okay, so consider approval of an amendment to the short-term rental ordinance. Yay.
Mayor, can I make a
Yes.
suggestion? I believe we need to go in probably executive session first and let's discuss the ordinance. If we can maybe postpone that one and maybe complete the others and maybe have that one as our last consent agenda.
Okay,
And I say that in regards to
Okay.
give time for our directors maybe to go home.
okay. So we're going to just move to number 6. Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
please.
All right, so number 6, approved contract for Bureau Veritas to complete pool inspections in the city of Kennedale, or I'm sure there's a prettier way to say that.
Bureau Veritas, yes.
Veritas, there you go. I knew there was a prettier way to
So
say it.
before you is a contract from from BV to perform pool inspections here in town. Currently, we've had 2 semi-public pools, Hammock Creek and Alta Landing. Tarrant County typically does our health inspections for restaurants, but the agreement that we have with them does not include pool inspections. And so they're having to update their agreements with all 37 cities. I'm not sure exactly when that's going to occur. So we're going to move forward as a department and issue an operating permit. And this would be a contract to hire BV to perform that pool inspection by a registered sanitarian, which the city does not have on staff.
Okay, I'll take a motion.
Hold on, I got a question.
Okay,
So would this also fall under the short-term rentals for swimming pools that people are renting out?
No, this would be,
Just for the two
Public.
apartments?
this would be for public pools or semi-public, so an apartment.
Well, I mean, I think if you're renting a pool out, then it becomes public.
We do perform a pool inspection for the general life safety, but as far as the quality, it's a little different on residential, but it's a great question. But we're just looking at for 2 inspections for apartment complexes in town.
All right, thank you, sir.
yeah, I'll take a motion.
I make a motion that we adopt agenda item 6.
I second.
All in favor? Unanimous? 7, consideration and approval of an order calling a bond election to be held in the city of Kennedale on November 7th. So we went through that in our work session. On streets, we have a CO, a GO on parks, and a CO on the public safety. So based on our conversation from the work session, unless there's any other conversation, I'll take a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move that we consider each of these separately and vote on them individually.
Okay. So streets, what do you mean, like CO?
That instead of trying to adopt it as GOCO, that we split these out and that we vote GOCO on streets, we vote GOCO on parks or public safety.
Okay. So streets, all in favor of CO? Or how do you want to do that? I need yes, GO.
I think I understood.
I've already made I make a motion that we consider
There we go. Thank you.
adopting an ordinance, approval of an order going forward with a general obligation bond in the amount of $11 million for the street improvements for the extension of Little School Road and Railroad Bridge.
Okay, do I have
I know it's getting late, but you actually had a motion on the floor, which you didn't withdraw. If you'd like to withdraw it, then you could go with your.
But I can have 3, can I?
Let's.
Oh, okay. I will make a motion. I will draw my first motion and we will go with the second motion
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor for the street to 11 million as a CO. GO. Okay. Okay, sorry, Rocky. Thank you. It is late. Street GO, I need a second. I have a motion. I need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor of GO streets, raise your hand. All opposed? 3-2. So the GO failed. So do I have a motion? Does it automatically go to CO at that point or do I need a motion?
Madam Mayor, I make a
Okay.
motion for a CO for the streets.
For the streets, okay, I have a motion for the streets of CO for 11, at the 11 million. Do I have a second?
I will second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Could we have a moment of discussion?
Yes.
Just realize that you are imposing approximately $800,000 in debt service on the citizens of Kennedale for 20 years against their will.
No, I'm sorry, James. I'm sorry. We're going to move forward with a vote on the motion that's on the floor. So we have a motion that's on the floor for CO, and I have a second. All in favor? What? There was a second. So all in favor, I have two. All opposed, two. Abstain. Okay, so all in favor for the CO for the street? So three. All opposed? Two. So we have a 3-2. On the parks, do I have a motion for GO?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion for a GO for the parks for the amount of $3 million.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? GO Parks? Unanimous. Public safety,
Madam Mayor, I make a motion for a CO for the public safety building for the amount of, I believe it's 6 million, correct? Yeah, thank you.
do you have a second?
I will second.
All in favor? The motion to CO for the fire? No hand, okay, 4, all opposed? Abstain? Okay. Okay,
Mr. Freeman, does that answer?
yes,
Okay. That's
Correct.
correct. Okay. I just wanted to make sure we was on the same page. Okay.
So Madam Mayor, do we need to do a motion to approve the call, number 8 out of 8? Is that what he's asking?
No, I think you're good.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll move to number 8, approval of an ordinance authorizing the issuance, sale and delivery of up to 17 million for in aggregate. This is a CO, securing the payment for waterworks and sewer system.
Madam Mayor and council members. Capital Markets, the city financial advisor. Passing out the bid results from the sale of certificates of obligation earlier today, along with the final numbers and analysis that you'll recall having looked at when we started this process.
First of all, I want to say thank you for hanging in there with us, all night long. And I'm going to open it up for questions from the council. Councilman Horton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would reference everybody to section 4, paragraph E, book entry only system for certificates of obligation. Has anybody here, and let me just quote this sentence, upon initial issuance, the ownership of each such certificate of obligation shall be registered in the name of Seed & Co. as nominee of the Depository Trust Company of New York. Has anybody here read the trust instrument and or the organization documents between Seed & Company and the Depository Trust Company of New York?
Pertinent to how they register securities, and the clearinghouse.
Well, it's pertinent to me because we're about to put our people on the hook for $17.4 million. And
No, almost,
actually, well, I'll get to that.
right.
But paragraph F, it reads, in the event that the city determines that DTC is incapable of discharging its responsibilities described herein and in the representation letter of the city to DTC, or that is in the best interest of the beneficial owners of the certificates of obligation, that they be able to obtain certified certificates of obligation, the city shall appoint a successor securities depository qualified to act blah, blah, blah. So the point is, if we determine that this relationship isn't good with us, and we say, well, DTC isn't working out and we try to go somewhere else. Well, as the nominee / trustee, Seed & Company may say, no, you're not. And until we review that and look and make sure there's no preconditions in that agreement between Seed & Company and the Depository Trust Company of New York,
In Texas with the United States, facilitated in the exact same way.
I organize some of the most complex transactions in the world, and I would not sign off on this until that's been verified. Make sure that there's nothing in the agreement between Seed & Company and this company in New York that would preclude us from getting out of this.
Has bond counsel reviewed this document? Are they recommending to the city as the city's attorney that we proceed?
Additionally, the ordinance reads $17.4 million. Now, this bond was issued at a premium, is that correct?
It is the ordinance that you may have, and I don't know that they have the final ordinance, but the bond maturity schedule, bond rate. The ordinance that you have before you in your packets says final pricing will be until 11 a.m. or after 11 a.m. today. The final portion here this afternoon provided to the city, just what you're acting upon, the verbiage and everything is the exact same. Our amount and other relevant bond rate now filled in. I think we can make that.
Well, we're moving forward as though we're going to have $2.4 million in the general fund project fund and $15 million in our utility fund project fund. And that's, we're basing decisions on that tonight, and that's not accurate because we've got, 17 and change. And I want to make sure that we understand that we don't have the $17.4 million.
Right, you do third page, be attached to the final numbers. So I think you're on it already. It's what we're saying. Look at the far right column, broken this out. General fund portion to track the amortization against each. The final ordinance reads a par amount of $17,065,000. Broken accrued interest in the amount of $89,272. And a net premium paid liable underwriter $706,000 at closing. Down to the source, the city will receive $17.2 million and then cost of issuance paid out of balance.
So
all of that is realized.
Where is the final ordinance?
Right here. Just received it. I was just flipping through it.
I've got nothing else.
I got a question about the net premium.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the net premium is what that comes out of the proceeds of the bond?
So it's always a fun one to explain.
Mhm.
I would turn your attention to the bond pricing page. This is the best way that I can walk you through what bond premium is.
Mhm.
If you look at any one of these maturities, we'll take the 2024 maturity, for instance.
Sure.
The city's going to pay a coupon rate of 5%. Holder of that bond.
Right.
The yield on those bonds in today's market as we price is 3.55%. So the bond purchaser is going to pay to the city a cash premium
Mhm.
to get a coupon rate on those bonds higher than what the market is presently
Right.
offering.
Right.
So if you follow those premiums and why my page doesn't have it, each one of these maturities where these are priced at a premium, meaning the coupon is greater than the yield, is a cash amount that helps to bring down the principal amount of the bond. We could have priced these all at par. You don't see that happen in the tax exempt bond market very often or really at all, in which case we would be issuing as many bonds as
But
needed.
the premium goes to the bond purchaser to make it worth his while to.
Correct.
Okay, so if the premium goes to the bond purchaser, the premium would
Premiums being paid by the bond purchaser
to
to the bond seller.
to the bond seller. Okay. Okay. All right, I got you. All right. One other quick question. What's the total cost of premium and interest and premium on this 17.4? What will we actually pay over 20 years?
That would be on page 3. Principal, 17,065,000. Total interest over 20 years, 9,085,328 for combined 26 million.
Okay, yeah. So this is not 17,017,4 in debt. This is $26 million in debt.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, just so y'all know that.
Brad, do you have more questions or more concerns?
don't.
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
I have one for Mr. Horton, I guess. Brad, what's your concern with this, I guess? I mean, you know what you're talking about, but I don't, so.
My concern is basically, there's an agreement here, or I guess, where if, we decide we're going to change, paying back to Seed and Co or whatever in the most basic sense, or paying back to DTC, Seed and Co is acting as their nominee / trustee.
Mhm.
And I'm just trying to make sure that there's nothing in that agreement that they have made with this company that if we say, we're switching, where they could say, no, you're not, that would just tie us up. And I mean, it's just kind of standard, but.
No, I'm with you. And I guess where I need to get to is what scenario would we want to switch, I guess? Where would that become a concern?
In any event, the city has hired a paying agent bank invoices for all of their other outstanding debt service payments. And they facilitate city semi-annual bond payment. And then they have the administrative duty of then breaking that out into smaller chunks for the bond holder. So in any event, DTC or seeding company as their nominee isn't ever handling any money of the city. And so I don't want to say that it's minutia because it's not, but it's in the how the physical securities or how they're electronically ready to expand it. And frankly, it's not a question I've thought of in a very long time, but one that is of no concern in my mind. The entire municipal bond market throughout the country relies on that same company.
So your answer is if the banks go belly up, which is not likely because they're not normal banks, that would be an instant.
Bank 5-year bond. I go buy $5,000 worth of bonds. The belly up concern is paying the bond, that's the city of Kennedale. Not. the bank. Well, bond that on the side.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
I have a question about the ordinance. Has it been updated with Councilman Griffith's information in it? For place 4?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so.
Not sure that the ordinance will include any reference to city council individual, city secretary, there's some other legal documents.
Yeah, the director, mayor.
I could swear that I saw.
City manager. It does have vacant on page, there's no page number on here, but there is it just says vacant on 10. It's,
On page what now?
there's not a page number, but it's section 10 of the general certificate. Mhm.
I'll send them a note right now.
Thank you, Roxanne.
Again, just to remind the council members, you have separate bond counsel who has prepared the ordinance for you. If you wish, you can approve the ordinance tonight, subject to bond counsel's final substitution or revision if there are any. Yeah. I
And it's
mean,
also on the certificate of ordinance. Yeah, there's 2 places.
they can fix those issues and then it'll be presented to the mayor for signature.
All right, if there's no other
So,
questions,
Carvin, you're saying that we can make a motion to approve it pending final approval of the bond. Thank you.
there's no other questions, I'll take a motion.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve this bond pending final approval of the bond council.
I just want to say real quick, I want to interject. Yeah.
I would really prefer to ask the ordinance without stipulation, filling in the vacancy of there. I don't want to muddle the transfer that goes to the attorney general.
How would that muddle it, sir?
My mind.
It muddles it because anytime you ask the attorney general to do anything, there's a risk they
I
come.
thought we were asking the bond council to do something.
Well, but you're
The motion.
revising the motion and revising the transcript. If he's calling it a Scrivener's error, what that technically is, it's a typographical error that can be revised without further action. So
I understand that, but you just recommended that we do it this way. So are you redacting that?
yeah, I'm withdrawing that recommendation because again, I'm going to defer in my capacity as city attorney to your financial advisors and your bond counsel. So if they're comfortable with proceeding on that basis, I'm going to defer to them and I'd recommend you do the same.
All right, Madam Mayor, I withdraw my original motion and I put a new motion forward to approve. Now, see, now I'm tired, to approve the ordinance.
Okay. And I just want to say as a reminder, the 17.4 is for the critical sewer and what's the other part? The sewer and the water tanks. Thank you.
And streets.
Streets. Yeah. Critical sewer, water and streets. So I have a motion. Do you have a second?
I'll make a second.
All in favor? 3, all opposed? Abstaining? So we have 3 in favor, 2 abstaining. Okay. We are going to go into executive. Thank you again.
Good form signed, 2 copies of it. Just so I can send that to, or what's there.
Yeah, do I have a blessing on this?
You've just taken all of the action to sign it.
We're going into executive session. Thank you. Are we going to recess in executive session? It is 11:27 PM. Yes, we're going in pursuant to 551.071. Consultation with city attorney pertaining to any matter in which the duty of city attorney under Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct may conflict with the Open Meetings Act, including discussion of any item posted on the agenda, legal issues regarding Open Meetings Act. Just this one?
Nope, he says we're also gonna do that one.
Okay, pursuant to 551.074, deliberate the appointment, employment evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline or dismissal of a public officer or employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against an officer or employee, board appointments and removals. And the time is 11:27.
Yeah, right. Elizabeth.
I'm gonna go to the restroom before we go in.
Yeah.
Okay, we are back from executive session. It is 12:29 a.m. Okay, so here we go. So as a follow-up to our individual consideration item, approval of an amendment to short-term rental ordinance. Do I have a motion?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve the short-term rental ordinance with two redactions. One, to change the space in between from 1,000 to 500. And two, to remove the clause to shut down utilities.
I have a motion with an amendment of those two items. Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a motion second. All in favor? All against, all opposed? So 4-1 passes. And do I have a motion to adjourn?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to adjourn.
Second,
I will second that.
all in favor? Meeting adjourned.